fan of my pants and their little elastic ties on the end. You tie them. Oof. All right, spot treated the shirt. And then sure nothing in the pockets. Spot treat this too. Okay, that's good. Okay. It's good enough. I think it'll be good. I'll take this over to the studio. Okay.
Looks real crazy. What's up?
Nothing's changed.
Cool.
What's up with you?
Buying a car.
Buying a car? What
Yes.
car?
Whatever car my heart desires.
Well, that's not what we discussed.
What did we discuss?
You wouldn't buy more cars outside what you've already ordered until we've moved.
I'm buying a car for when we move.
Are you? Is it a Sprinter?
No, it's probably just like a... So far, the front runner is a Suburban.
Okay.
Like a SUV, basically like yours. So, I don't know, we still have time to decide, but when your car comes up, are you sure you don't want to test drive the new Wagoneers?
I mean, I can, I
Because
guess.
the car that I was test driving is like kind of better, just slightly in every way. It blew my mind because I was like, okay, sure, it's a little, faster feeling, but like, what's the towing? Oh, it's like 10 or 11,000 now. And so
Sure.
maybe, right, if it's just better of the same. But I was quite impressed. I'm actually thinking that most cars are basically going to be about the same, whether they're luxury or not, because the tech, like, they have air ride suspension now.
What brand were you driving?
It was a Chevy.
No.
Like, they have air ride suspension, like, on a Chevy now, right?
Well,
Like that used to be a Rolls Royce thing, or a Mercedes thing, but yeah.
Okay.
Like the tech is coming from off. Chad is saying that you do not deign to be driven around in anything less than a Ferrari SUV. Is that right?
I don't care about those. I prefer cheaper. Cheaper is better.
Easy for the car now. Let's see this. I mean, this is something that she likes. It's like an eclectic Southwest vibe.
Have you seen my big mug with Princess on it? I don't know where I put it.
I have. I thought it was in your gym. Or sorry, somewhere in the...
Maybe. I guess I'll take this as a backup.
If I see it, I'll remember. But I remember seeing it somewhere. It might be in the bathroom of the gym.
Okay. That would make sense.
I remember seeing it somewhere. Wait. Why does Amouranth think that?
Hot.
Do you know if Alex is here?
I don't think he is.
Okay.
Is it in here? I don't see it. Sheesh. Where did I put it? Don't see it anywhere.
I just when I was arguing
It's in the sink.
Did you help me bring over some of the dishes to the main house?
Can you wash out that mug so I can use the big one?
Oh yeah.
That big flask. It's in my sink. That's where it is. Oh, I think it's a little soapy inside still.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Maybe just like the straw too. Okay. In case it touches. Make sure it's not soapy. Oh, I think it is. Still got soap in the original.
Oh, alright, so sorry. It's okay. Yeah. Very time to fun.
Time to sort my stuff from today's trip. Phone is pulling my pants down. Alrighty. Open this thing. Get a knife. Scissors. So much flatter than a yoga mat. I like it. People like this, I swear. If I was your husband, I'd help you, Emma. Unlike Nick Lee. How do you think you would help me? Tell me. In what ways would you help me? Make your plea. Well, we're waiting. Moral support. What the fuck do I do with that? I've got dogs for that. Perhaps not spend your money. Well, I mean, to be fair, you also helped me make a lot more money than I would have on my own. So, there probably wouldn't be money to spend. They meant oral support? Oh, that makes more sense. Let's see. I don't need that. It's not useful. dog. That's my dog. Dog poison. Yeah. That's my dog. Oh my God, shoes. Oh my God, shoes. These rule. These side.
Go back to like, you want it acting like I'm not behind you. I'll get the vacuum.
Did you just set this over to the levels for that? Caitlin, it's not gonna bother you if we vacuum, right?
No. This in. I got a bathroom. Alrighty. I'm back. the new equipment. Vest. Okay. Good. Gloves. Okay. Nope, there's some tape here. Massage ball. Is this a manual? How to use the ball. Different ways to use the ball. Use the ball. Trap foot roller. Is it gonna hurt? We'll see. Yoga block. How do I open this without scratching up the block? Don't know. Maybe with the teeniest little blade. Let me see if the other stuff I ordered came in. Not yet. It says arriving 5 to 10 p.m. That's fine. Do some foot massage rollers, I guess. Before I put new shoes on. Gotta bring it out 'cause the floor's wet. Okay. Go over here for the foot massage rollers. And then see if I can get some music on my speaker. Check the back room. Also acupressure mat for the feetsies. What's writing? All right. Let's see how much this hurts. Warm up the feetsies. Stepping on the Lego mat, basically. Like little Legos. Ugh. So. painful, but like in a good way. Oh, the outside. Oh my gosh. Goodness, that's intense. It is much more painful than you think. Let's try the other ball. You don't realize how tight your feet are until you try this. Oh, the other foot's way tighter than this one's so much easier. Okay, I'm gonna tighten.
Everybody needs love. Do you really want to go down that road tonight?
I feel like the
Do you
differences in that.
you already tried it once or twice? Just to end up hitting the wall. If my signals mixed and messy, but you think it's destiny. On my ex and late night texts, 'cause I get off on jealousy. You keep your expectations underneath the pavement. Guess karma's a bitch. How's it feel now? I'm with my boy. It's the way it goes. Call me icy, can you make me ice cold? Yeah, I saw it on front row. Should've won a prize for the stories you told. Play the game, but I kept the score. How's it feel now? I'm the fuckboy. Phone is unavail. If you wanna hear me, try not to sell. 'Cause I ain't faking, I'm had enough. Beat, da. If you play with my emotions, you already know what's up. I'm so tired of the fake love. Can't tears from my makeup. I say, how do you sleep knowing that my love's like hell until you give me hell? If my signals mixed and messy, bet you think it's destiny. Call my ex and late night text, 'cause I get off on jealousy. You keep your
Okay, try it now. The bounce. See it. It's more even. Oh yeah, way better. Like instantly better. Not perfect, but better. Still a little bit tight on the outside, I think. spraying it. It's better on that side a little bit. A little bit. Okay, it's pretty good. You breathe it. I actually feel like it's more swollen on this side. Better. It's like years when it goes to the tension. Much flatter. Better. That's not cute. And this is supposed to open, I think. So it'd be like a smaller massage ball. I don't know if it turns or if it just tears open. Let's see. I guess it just pops open. Like a little one to really press on me. That's like a life. Between the toes. Putting it between each toe feels so weird, but it's like painful, but good pain.
Make sure you get left for your leave.
I think it's probably underneath my foot, like here. I don't know, I'm kind of standing on a little ball. Just relax. Oh, oh my god.
아쉬울 것도 없어 진짜 할 만큼 했어 난 어차피 너 따위 있으나 없으나 똑같아 내가 녀석들 번복 그셀 수 없이 반복 너는 남자 딱 그 정도 내맘다 주지만 no
Oh man, that's painful. I can't even stand right there.
You ain't no 사람 잘못 골랐어 내 모습을 좋아하더라 지금 시간 보고 잘 기억해 Bye 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 bye
Oh, something crazy. With the feet though, especially if it's painful, it means you need it. Oh. Man. Every time I do it, there's a different part of my foot firing up. Now let me try this. See if I feel more now. The acupressure nut. It's got those spikes on it. Oh. Woo! Definitely brutal. Alright, let me put this back in here for now. Oh man, that was some intense feeling on the massage ball. Plug in my vibration board. I don't know my remote. I can't make it go faster now. Yeah, it's so slow now. I don't know where the remote is. I gotta find it. It's too weak now. It'll turn up when I'm not looking for it. Alright, I'm gonna put shoes on. Actually, I guess I'll use the mat first. Maybe do some activations. Maybe if I use the weight vest, it might help keep my torso down. I think it does help actually. Don't strain my neck as much. Back more. some ankle weights. 5 pounds. What I got today? Tell you something. Definitely harder. Ugh. Sweat. Almost. The wheels are almost down, so I mean it's better than it was for sure. It's a hard place to target because it's like the edge of my knee almost, and the calf, like where that meets. It's like the part that's tight. Try the down dog now. Getting there. Oh man. Oh, that's better. Mobility in my ankle a bit. It's like still a little tight up at the calf, but it's much better. Okay. Some back. I get one under the foldable? That's so much more flexible. Oh god. Well, I got two. Whew. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Shoe time. I'm gonna do some machines.
Don't hold my hand, don't bag me back, don't say we'll make it through this. If I'm so beautiful, then why? The doors slammed, the place is smashed, echo with the sound of madness. I can't remember why we tried. My heart only wants you. The moment you say no. But tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world. You'll see, like it doesn't matter. Tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world. You'll see, like it never happened. I can't stop the tears if I want to. I can't stop the tears if I want to. I can't stop the tears if I want to. But tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world. You'll see, like it never happened. Don't make saints, but
Yeah, your socks are nice. Good fit.
perfect picture. There's no one else to blame this time. Don't change the truth, we can do the habit chase till we flash. No, you're not the one who gets to cry. My heart only wants you. The moment you say no. But tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world. You'll see, like it doesn't matter. Tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world.
The world.
You'll see, like it never happened. I can't stop the tears if I want to. I can't stop the tears if I want to. I can't stop the tears if I want to. But tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world to see, like it never happened. All it takes is a smooth pop of a bottle top to fix a heart, a broken heart, baby. All it takes is a little blowing paper, take us to the start, go back to the start. But tonight I'll be the happiest girl in the world. You see, like it doesn't matter. Tonight I'll be
What is this
the
shitty song?
happiest girl in the world.
I don't know why albums even bother with slow songs. Who wants slow songs in a mixed album that's like not just that vibe? It's always a mood killer. They don't sound happy, they sound sad. ankle weights on. Mr. Steven. I'll do some biking with the weights. Yeah. Yeah. What's that? Make me want, make me talk, do whatever you. I can act like a star. I can beg on my knees. Come jump in, be a friend. Let us do it again. You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours. There. Time to do some biking. Do. Come on. You're all set. Continue on your Peloton device.
God, this song's creepy.
That's right, it's got 2 minutes. Hot. Too hot. So overheating. That's the time, but it doesn't feel like it. Is it lying to me? Oh, it feels way better in here. Oh. Garage door open. Maybe that's why it's hot in here. Those units might be connected. It's so hot in here. Open the curtain, maybe. No, let me do my little turn on the catwalk. On the catwalk. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. You, you take next week.
This is sweaty. Do some arm. do a few back extensions and I'll call it a day. Only my 10-pound vest. My feet's too bumpy. Oh, feel that. I need some magnesium and protein today. Okay, gonna make a protein shake. Oh, hi doggos. What's my babies doing? What's my babies doing? Hey, Roo. Hey, Roo. Hey, Roo. Hello. 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 What you doing? What you doing? Hello. Where's my babies? Muddy. All right. think she'll ever be a mom. No, especially not with disclosure upon us. What is the point? The world's about to go to shit. Alright. Ugh. I'll just steal my niece. That's close enough. I don't have to gamble. You want to do that? And now your niece is a brat? Well, I feel like everyone's got a bratty stage at some point. Maybe. I don't know. Today, yesterday, apparently, during horseback riding lessons, my niece said, "This is boring. All we do is go up and down," because she can't do anything else, because she can't reach, like, normal saddle stirrup. She can't, like, grip around a horse. So she just posts at a walk, sometimes a trot. She's like, she's wanting to gallop in the wind and trick ride. It's like, honey, you're 4. You calm down. It's not yet. You got little legs. Needs a pony. Then the problem is I don't want to have to deal with selling a pony when she outgrows it fast. You know what I mean? She does. She's got a pony. It's a big pony, so she's still got some growing to do. The niece does. Give me some chocolate chip. Spider-Man is a coloring sheet. What got you into drawing? I'm not sure if I'll get goats since I want to live at the base of a mountain. The return doesn't feel worth it. Bring out the coogies. Unless I get some mountain goats to headbutt the cougars. I think it'd be a liability though. They'd be like, meh, and it would headbutt my dogs or something. I don't know. I think it would just cause problems. I ain't about to bring some cougars around my puppies for some damn goats. Keep the cougars away. Fuck these goats. We'll just name one of the Mustangs the goat. It's like a herd stallion or something. I don't know. Woohoo! Some chicken on the rice cakes. Yeah. Get on there. head back over. Yeah, it's chicken. You're a chicken. Precarious. It's a precarious balancing act. Dogs. I love them. My babies. My babies. Hi, princess. Woof. Hi, babies. Mommy's got a plate of chickens. Hello, happy tails. Boys, cook your chicken or fry it. Wow. I am too lazy. I'm tired. I guess I can't say I'm lazy if I did a workout. I'm just too tired to care. Oof. The back muscles. There. It's better. No, they're still on. They're supposed to turn off. There. All right. How is it already 7? It doesn't feels too fast. And I woke up early too. Where did the day go? Pilates balls, my backrest, my lumbar. That's probably gonna be on the ranch too. It's gonna be like, damn it, it's already 8 o'clock. I have so much more to do. It's gonna be like, it's already nighttime. Gonna have to wake up at like before the dawn. The crack of dawn. The booty hole of the morn. Ah. Once you get up early, I have to go to sleep early too. Well, if I live in the mountains, I'd probably want to do that before the predators come out. All right. What do we got today? Any news? Let's take a gander. And drink this before it gets gross. Protein shake's got a limited window. Okay. This is the same where we left off. Nothing new today in the UFO session. Okay, well, let's see about media share in general. What happened to Mizzy?
Let's just say there's trouble in paradise because this man, Ms. Kiff, and his all Asian stream house, apartment, I don't even know.
Oh, they are Asian. Deadass. I thought this was like my husband reacting in the background for a second until I realized the hair was a little too long. Okay. Totally.
Call this thing brothel, I guess. It seems
It's
like
a
it's not
react
really
to react.
going that well. I know the clashing dynamics of, all these Asian women trying to vie for his approval.
Okay,
Who
who is this
would have known
fish?
that?
Who the fuck is this fish? Can you get to the point?
It's not going that well because, well, boys, today is tomorrow and this is in the bowl. Now,
I don't have patience for this. This guy's annoying. Oh, 380 views. I should have known. Did you post? Did the streamer post it? Is this your own video? Okay, this is unwatchable. Okay. I don't even like it. I was interested in the topic, but he was so annoying, that damn fish, that now I don't care anymore. Immediately. All right. What's this?
I'm back. Okay.
Okay, not worth my time. Don't post bullshit in the media share. This is like for me to react to on stream that's like actually interesting for people. Don't post just fucking random bullshit that you would send to your like 5 friends from high school in a group chat on Facebook. Okay, I don't have time for that. I don't care. Give me something interesting. What the fuck? Holy shit.
And then
This is like my
sure that
worst
they are
nightmare.
calm with the situation. There she is. They just saw her
Roller
feet come
coaster
out of
got
the
stuck.
car. Two rescuers brought
That's why
her
I don't
out,
go on that type of
carried
thing.
her down onto the firefighter basket
Holy
that's up
shit.
here on ladder number 1. And as you can see, she is out and explained to them that it's going to be a while before we get you down, but we're going to get you down safely. Just bear with us and follow our instructions.
Nope. That is a death trap. No, thank
Everybody
you.
okay? And then
I can imagine the
make
head.
sure that
Oh
they
my
are
gosh,
calm with
their
the situation.
their heads
There
must be
she is.
getting
They just
dizzy.
saw her feet come out of the car. Two rescuers
All the blood
brought her
rushing.
out,
Ugh.
carried her down onto the firefighter basket that's up here on ladder.
This is specifically why I don't do roller coasters that have any position that I would not be okay getting stuck in. No straight drops, no straight inclines, no upside down loops. Nope. No thank you.
number 1. And
Kitty
as you can see,
coasters
she is
only.
out and explained to them that it's going to be a while before we get you down, but we're going to get you down safely. Just bear with
Gosh. Ugh. Too much. I can't. Terrifying. No thank you. Never going to roller coaster again after that one. What's this one?
The Holy Spirit sees what you can. He hears conversations you will never hear. Not everyone who smiles at you is truly for you. Some people are sent by God to sharpen you, but some people are sent to sabotage you. So how do you know the difference? If you will notice these warning signs that I'm going to share with you, the Holy Spirit might be showing you that that person is not your real friend. They are fake. Now, before we talk about the fake friends, what does the Bible say about the true ones?
Some of
The Bible
those.
doesn't just warn us about toxic relationships, it also shows us what godly friendships look like. A godly, good friend is loyal. Proverbs 17:17, it says, "A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for adversity." See, loyalty is not just when you succeed, but also when you're struggling. A true friend, number 2, sharpens you. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Proverbs 27:17. Real friends don't just dull your spiritual edge. They make you better. They make you wiser. They make you stronger. Thirdly, real friends or true friends.
Okay, well, I don't need to watch this because I don't have friends. So I mean, not like really, not yet. I have like barn friends, but I don't have like other friends that I have to worry about. I don't have like a plethora of friends I need to weed through. Be like, who's fake? If they're online, typically they're fake. That's how that works. If they're streamer friends, definitely fake. Oh boy. Throw you under the bus real quick for some likes. Some trend. Yeah. Alright. One minute they'll be like, oh my god, Queen, I'm on my knees in the Walmart. And the next thing they'll be like, fuck this bitch! Oh, like. Okay. They don't even bother to get context or anything. They're just like, they're getting canceled right now? Let me join in! It's like, okay. Aren't we friends? No, apparently. Sometimes the streamer friends are more bipolar than our simps. Sheesh. That's crazy. More bipolar than the gooner. That's wild. Alright. Let's see. Where is the other section? I'm surprised there's nothing new yet. There has to be something I've missed. Politically? Any update on the immigration thing? What count are we at? I don't even know if this counter is actually going up. Or if it just like starts at the same count every time you load the page. I really wonder. Oh my gosh, the fact that it takes forever to load pisses me off. Like, if I've been here before, it's like there's like no reason to return to this website, basically, it's telling me. Because it's just going to keep loading and loading and loading and loading and loading. It's like, bro, I've already read everything. Oh my god. Terrible design. Terrible web design. They're scanning your computer? Yeah, it's stalling while they scan your computer to see if you're an illegal. True. They just had to put the alien thing to get people to click even if they are illegal. Because if they had an immigration website, no one would have clicked on it. True. Scanning. Scanning. I don't feel like this number's actually going up. Let's load it again on another page. Because it was in the 3s yesterday. Let's see if it starts over. We'll wait. Hassan might be going to prison. That's kind of new. I don't know. Do you think I don't think he actually will. Do you think he actually will? I doubt it. This number is less than yesterday. How did the number go down? It was in the 8,000s yesterday, total arrests. Is it just a different number every time it loads? Oh my god. So sus. How did this number get halved? I'm so confused. See, I called it. It just restarts from where it loads every time you open it, the website. Is the number different now? I mean, yesterday it was in the 8,000, so the fact that the total arrests have been cut in half, very strange. Strange is the new normal. No. Not that kind of strange. No, not Witcher. I just want regular YouTube. Tucker Carlson. 7 hours ago. Let's hear it, Tucker. Who do you have on?
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have
seen this guy
read
before?
Genesis, like, on and
I
off
don't know. I don't
most of my life. Never noticed the first part of chapter 6 with the Nephilim until about 4 years ago. Someone mentioned it to me, and in the subsequent years, I must have had 25 conversations about the Nephilim. So it seemed worth talking to someone who understands exactly what the Nephilim are. What are the Nephilim? And am I pronouncing it correctly?
I mean, good enough. Yeah. It's the I am at the end. The im is the plural in Hebrew.
Okay.
But yeah, so there's a little bit of debate about where exactly the word comes from, because it's not a regularly used Hebrew word in the Hebrew Bible, which isn't all that odd either. There are a lot of words that are only used once in the Hebrew Bible. But people have tried to do different things with it. Right? So there's a Hebrew verb nafal which is the verb to fall. So some people wanted to say, well, it's the fallen ones. But in Hebrew, Nephilim is reflexive, so it would be the ones who are fallen upon,
Yes.
which is a little more difficult. But it seems pretty clear. Most people agree now because there's an Aramaic word, Nephilim, that ends with an N, that just means giant. And so it seems pretty contextually clear that this is just the Hebrew form of that word, and this is talking about giants. It's translated in the Greek Old Testament with gigantes in Greek, which is where we get the English word giant. But a lot of people, when they hear the word giant now, think fee fi fo fum, right?
Yes.
That's not the core of the idea. So the word, all of the words used for giant, not only refer to a tall person, but could also be used to mean a thug or a bully or a tyrant. And the example I use is, and you're old enough to remember this, when we went into Panama after Noriega, they're always referring to him as Panamanian strongman.
Yes, always. Yes.
Noriega. And that wasn't talking about his awesome bench press.
No.
That was, it meant he was a dictator, right? He
Yes.
was authoritarian. And so it's the same kind of idea, right? That it's characterizing these people as that sort of thuggish, brutish kind of character. And referring to them as tall or referring to them as giants is meant to symbolize and suggest that.
Okay.
And so in Genesis, at the beginning of Genesis, at the beginning of the flood story, in Genesis 6, we have to understand that the flood story is not a new story when Genesis is telling it. Right? This is, everyone had a flood story in ancient Near East. So the text of Genesis is not primarily claiming, oh, there was this flood. It's talking about the flood that the original audience all sort of knew had happened.
Yes. And which it did happen, I think.
Right. Yes, there is a historical event, right?
Yeah.
This is referring to. But you could have asked anybody from Greece to Mesopotamia to Egypt. They would have all agreed at that point that, yes, there was this advanced civilization. There was a flood that destroyed it. Current civilization is rebuilt after that.
Yes.
Now, one of the key differences in Genesis 6, that you already have in those first 4 verses, is Genesis recasts what that civilization was like. So in the pagan sources, that pre-flood world was this golden age of, for the time, high technology, right? And technology in the ancient Near Eastern mind included magic. Magic was a sort of spiritual technology. And all of these things happened before the flood. And that sort of, losing that world was sort of this great tragedy. And
but everyone agreed it was a more advanced world than the world they lived in.
Yes. That there was knowledge there that had now been mostly lost.
Interesting.
And so you find the civilizations that grew up after that, and Exhibit A of that is the original Babylonian Empire. So like Hammurabi's Babylonian Empire at the height of the Bronze Age. People don't understand how powerful the global structure was in the Bronze Age. It's called the Bronze Age because they were smelting bronze. They were getting the copper from Cyprus and the tin from what's now Afghanistan.
Well, that's quite a distance.
And bringing that together, it's about bronze.
In Iraq.
Yeah. And Hammurabi had a preference for a particular style of sandal from Crete, so he was importing those. There was sort of this global economy in the Bronze Age going on. And Hammurabi himself was from a group of people called the Amuru who took over Mesopotamia. Amuru means in Akkadian Westerners, because they had come from what's now Syria. And those are the same people who are called Amorites in the Old Testament.
It's my fan base.
As we go forward. But Hammurabi and the other Babylonian emperors attributed their success and their ability to establish this empire to the fact that they had access to this secret wisdom from before the flood.
Do we have any sense how much earlier the flood took place? What's the timeline, roughly?
So Genesis doesn't really give us a time. There are people out there who want to like add up the years and the genealogies. That doesn't really work.
Yes.
Because different textual traditions have different numbers. They didn't have there aren't numerals in Hebrew or Greek, and so you're using letters to code numbers.
Yes.
And so numbers get a little slippery in translation and copying and things. So a lot of people will attribute it to the earth changes that happened at the end of the last ice age.
Yes. So
you're talking roughly 10,000 years ago. Yeah. Other people who are more literalists and want to add up those ages will say that it was more like 6.
But from the geologic record, because there is record of a flood.
Yeah. And there are massive, there are villages at the bottom of the Black Sea from that period, 10,000 years ago.
There are.
That are submerged, yeah. There are the remains of villages. The glacial ice that melted created a lot of large body of waters that were not there.
Yes.
And sea levels rose a great deal.
So do we think the flood came from melting glaciers?
That's probably the historical event that's connected to that.
Yes.
That when that ends, there's this massive shift, right? And places where there used to be civilization are now underwater, literally, right? And so, yeah, all those changes happen, and there's this massive disruption.
So the villages
Everything
currently
we-
at the bottom of the Black Sea were built during this golden age that preceded the
Previous
flood.
to that, yeah.
And
yeah.
when we believe and do we believe, just as modern people, that civilization was more technologically advanced than the ones that followed it?
I mean, if we're talking about, there is some evidence, sort of Bronze Age. I mean, you can't go completely Graham Hancock on this.
Yeah, that's actually
but-
exactly
yeah.
the question.
yeah. And Graham Hancock, if you get into his stuff, he starts getting into some little new agey crystal technology, psychic technology stuff. That's a little iffy. But
we know that
there was definitely, you look at places like Göbekli Tepe and these things, there was definitely a level that was reached. There was a collapse. There was another move forward. At the end of the Bronze Age, there's another collapse.
Yes.
Right. And then rebuilding after that.
I mean, but there are ancient...
I don't know. The Ice Age thing I'm not sure about for the timing on that. I always imagined, like, the waters above described being like a water vapor layer of the atmosphere that got demolished by the smiting of the earth with like giant meteors or something, breaking up the land and exploding people. That's kind of how I always just imagined it. I don't know about the Ice Age theory.
structures, stone structures, so we can't radiocarbon date them, but we don't, even now can't say how they were built, right? I mean, how would you...
Not exactly, yeah.
Right.
We don't know exactly, we don't know.
Because it's like, how are you going to build an advanced civilization if you got an Ice Age? I don't disbelieve in an Ice Age. I just don't know about the timing there.
Because we're dealing with pre-literacy.
Yes.
Right, so we're making conclusions and guesswork. You go to Göbekli Tepe, you see the carvings of animals, you see the way they had skulls displayed in certain way. You know, we could do guesswork, but nobody left us a text to frame any of it.
Yes. You know what's really rare these days?
Yeah, how I see it is like the Ice Age being like the before man period, if you do the gap theory in the Bible to some degree, at least the first one. I thought there's been like a few, right? And then maybe one like later on. I don't know.
Is a company that makes things in America, not just designed in America, conceived in America, assembled in America, but actually made in America, start to finish, in a factory with American workers. Brooklyn Bedding is that company. Every mattress from Brooklyn Bedding is built in their Arizona factory. No middlemen, no cut corners to boost the margin. He reached some kind of 29.
In his Bronze Age civilization, they're attributing. Now they're not saying we have some text or something right that survived the flood. They're saying that they're in contact with spirits who were active before the flood.
Yes.
And that it's the same spirits who are now revealing this wisdom to them. So you have this in Genesis 6, 1 through 4, this Nephilim phenomena before the flood. And Genesis 6 says, at this time and afterward. Right? And that and afterward is pointing to this sort of recurring or continuing or happening again.
So the physical world changes, but the spiritual remains constant.
Right. And so part of that recasting of this pre-flood civilization, this isn't a golden age, this is actually an age of incredible wickedness.
Yes.
Right? And evil is that there's sort of these great kings from before the flood. You have the Sumerian kings list, other texts like this later that list the ages of the kings before the flood, and people tend to think that the ages of people in Genesis and the genealogies are kind of ridiculous, with people who would be 950. Sumerian kings list, you have people living hundreds of thousands of years right, in their list. So
hundreds of thousands of years?
Yes, Genesis is reserved, sort of in comparison.
What is that, do you think?
A lot of that, so there's a little bit of a code to it, and this is true in Genesis also. So
I believe it because look how long the dinosaurs lived for. Right? I think the Earth at the time was just more hospitable for life in general before the atmosphere's protective water layer got destroyed. In my opinion,
Babylonian mathematics was all base 60. Our math, we do base 10, right? It's a decimal system. Theirs is base 60. And the survivors of that are we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, right? 24 hours in a day. That's the leftover from sort of that Babylonian mathematics.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know we had Babylonian minutes.
So, but yeah, that basic math. And if you look at those ages as sets of 60, there's sort of certain things encoded about the different kings and the different generations that way. Nobody's totally cracked the code in Genesis, but to give you an example, in the Sumerian kings list, the 7th king in the list is the one who creates the solar calendar. 7th person in the list. And if you look at Genesis and the Epistle of Jude, which is like a paragraph in the New Testament, he refers to Enoch as the 7th from Adam.
Yes.
If you go to Enoch in the genealogies of Seth in Genesis, he lives for 365 years. So you have the number of days, right, in the solar calendar year as his age. He's the 7th person. The 7th person in the Sumerian kings list creates the solar calendar. So there are some sort of encoded connections going on with those numbers.
Is there any evidence that human lifespan was much longer at one point than it is now?
That's debated by a lot of people. Certainly not. I don't think anyone thinks in the thousands of years. Right.
Yes.
And part of the difficulty with that is that people hear life expectancy statistics. You know, like you hear that at the beginning of the 20th century, the average life expectancy in the U.S. was 35, and people think, oh, people were living to 35 and then dying. And it's like, well, no, a lot of people were dying. There's a high infant mortality rate.
Right,
There's a lot of people
exactly.
died before 35, but people who made it to 35, a lot of them, made it to 100, 120.
Yeah.
So when you're doing kind of archaeology and stuff, yeah, you find a lot of young people because there's no antibiotics, there's no right. You have a very high infant mortality rate. It's hard to tell exactly how long the truly elderly people were living. Right.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't think anybody would frame that in the thousands of years.
Yes.
So it's more about them saying something about these people. And like I said, the 7th one has the solar calendar. All of them have, in the Sumerian kings list, have associated with them sort of the things that they discovered, but the discovery is always it was revealed to them by this spirit. Came and this divine spirit revealed to them this and that and the other. And it's technological things like metallurgy. It's ancient technological things like sorcery and divination. And it's things about the natural world like the solar calendar.
But the ancients believed that technological advances came to them from the spiritual realm.
Right. But that's where it's coming from.
But that doesn't happen at all anymore.
Well, this is
Sorry.
Yeah. No, this is part of the larger discussion. And this is
But nuclear technology definitely didn't come from the demonic.
well, this is exact. So, within the framework of how the ancients understood it, and this is the ancients going all the way late antiquity, and this is frankly maintained in the Orthodox Church. So the mind, the Greek word that's usually translated mind is nous. It's transliterated N-O-U-S. And we're used to thinking of our mind as our brain.
Yes.
And it's sort of this computer in our skull box,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That churns and processes. But that's not how they thought about it. They thought about the mind more as a sensory organ, like your eye.
Hold on. I just had a question. Where was nuclear energy discovered or invented? I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for? Who was the first, nuclear... What came first, nuclear energy or the bomb? Where was the... Is it atomic bomb? Is that what it's called? First atomic bombs were assembled, scientists of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. Okay. Interesting. All right, carry on.
Eye.
Never mind.
So you'll see it referred to as the eye of the heart or the eye of the mind. And that the mind sort of perceives the spiritual realm. And so ideas are like sights or sounds or
Yes.
smells. They're not produced by the brain, right? They're not produced by the
They're
mind.
received by the
They're
brain.
received by the mind.
Yes.
Right? And so they come from outside. Right.
But that's the experience of people who are paying attention now, even. Like, who hasn't had that?
Right. And I've never met anyone who had the experience of generating a thought. Right? Like, what are the steps from not a thought to a thought? Right.
Oh, it's such a deep point.
Yeah. So these things come from outside. And so this is in the genealogy of Cain in Genesis, right? It's Cain's descendants who invent metallurgy and use it to make weapons, right? And who discover divination and who discover music and use it for seduction and right for these other things, right? Because and the idea is that these demonic spirits that are antithetical to humanity bring knowledge to humans before they're ready for it. Right? That a time would come when humanity had reached a level of spiritual maturity when they could receive this knowledge,
Yes.
and put it to proper use, and so it gets revealed early, right? And that begins with the serpent in the garden, right? The tree of the knowledge of good and evil is not itself evil. Right? So Adam is created, humanity is created innocent, right? But innocent like a child is innocent, and created for this purpose, created in God's image, in order to grow into His likeness.
Yes.
And so a point of maturity would have come where humanity could have had the knowledge of good and evil and been able to make right good choices, because God has the knowledge of good and evil.
Yes.
He knows what good and evil are. And this is the way the phrase the knowledge of good and evil is used throughout the Old Testament. It's used to refer to a child coming to sort of what we would call the age of accountability, coming to the age where they understand good and evil, right and wrong. And so the serpent comes and promises, the devil comes and promises, no, God doesn't want you to have this because He doesn't want you to be like Him. Here's the shortcut. Get this knowledge now before you're prepared for it. And it brings about destruction. So, yes, right, the atomic bomb is revealed to man. We don't use it as a carbon neutral source of electrical energy, right? We use it to make a weapon. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Nagasaki was the most Christian city in Japan.
I'm highly aware of it. I'm highly aware of it.
And
Yes.
it's one of the first things it gets used for.
Yes.
Is to wipe
I'm
out.
fixated on it, actually.
Wipe out most of the Christian population of Japan.
Actually, they zeroed down on a church.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that infuriates people when you say it, but it's true.
Yeah. So that's a pattern, right? And so, that is the understanding. And so they're not. The promise is always, I'm going to give you the secret knowledge. This is going to give you power. This is going to give you control. This is going to give you influence. This is going to give you X, Y, Z, right? But ultimately, it ends up being toward humanity's destruction.
Yes. Cost of living is already making it hard to live here at NephilimAmericanFinancing.net/Tucker. So, to go back to the Nephilim,
Yeah.
the passage in Genesis we're referring to, which is just a couple sentences long, I think, is explaining why God sent the flood. Why does all of this have to be destroyed?
Yes.
Why does peak civilization, peak technology have to be destroyed? And those two, can you summarize what it says?
Yeah. So it refers to the Nephilim as the men of renown.
Men of renown.
So it's referencing these kings, these ancient kings, right?
The people in charge.
Who are looked at as heroes, as divine heroes by these post-flood pagans, right? Look back to them as these were the leaders of the golden age. These are the great figures. These are the spirits we want to emulate, right? These are the people we want to be like, the great heroes. And instead, Genesis casts them as these evil, wicked tyrants and thugs who are leading people to destruction, to chaos, right? Genesis says that it gets to the point where every thought of humanity is always evil all the time, right? These people are actively leading humanity in that direction. It's not just coincidence, right? They're teaching this, they're embodying this, right? And so when you have a person who are calling a giant or a Nephilim, we're talking about sort of a fully demonized human. So in the way the church has traditionally talked about sin, related to what we were just talking about with the mind, there's sort of these stages. First stage is thought comes into your mind, right?
Yeah.
You can't control that, just like you're walking down the street and you see something or hear something, right? Thought comes into your mind. That's not really sin yet, right? But then we start to entertain that thought. Start to dwell on that thought. We start to let that thought take root. Start to let that thought turn into a plan, right?
Been there.
Then we let that plan turn into action, right?
Yep.
Then that action turns into a habit, a repeated action over time that we fall into. As it becomes a habit, it starts to take control of us. So we talk about the sins as the passions because they make us passive, right? They're acting upon us at a certain point. And you can see that with, anger, right? You reach
Yes.
a point where it's now driving the bus, right?
Yes.
Or lust,
Yes.
or addiction, right?
Yes.
All these things. So it gets to the point where it takes control. And then beyond that, you get what we call demonic possession, where there is this sort of spirit that is now driving full time. You're not even really making your own decisions anymore. You're kind of lost to it. And then sort of the furthest you can go in terms of being lost when we're talking about these Nephilim and these giants is that spirit isn't in control of you anymore. You just agree with it. You're on board with that sort of demonic spirit deliberately. You're rejoicing and enjoying, right, sort of the chaos of the destruction and the wickedness. And by the grace of God, there's relatively few of those people, right? But they do exist.
Do you mind if I just pull up the passage? Because there's one part of it I want to ask you about, which you haven't addressed, which is just how different the Nephilim are. I mean, they're substantively different. They're genetically different from people. And I think this is the most evocative, the most interesting, the weirdest. I think this is NIV, whatever. It's a version of the Old Testament. When human beings began to increase in number in the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal, and their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in these days, and also afterward. And the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children with them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown.
Yeah.
So that's describing mating between spiritual entities, sons of God, whatever that means, and human women. Yes. Really the rape of them, which whoever they choose suggests rape.
Right. Yeah.
So what is that?
Yeah. So sons of God is used, for example, in Job. This is referring to a group of what we call angelic beings.
Yes.
Chad, do you think this is going to come back? Do you think the Nephilim or the aliens or whatever we're going to call them are going to be out here looking for these women? I feel like it is. That's the only reason I can really see for the change in the abortion shit and trying to scare women into saying that anyone can kill them if they try to get an abortion. Because they're about to be raping and putting some hybrid babies inside, and they don't want their hybrid population to be aborted when the babies are unwanted.
So the ancient texts, including ancient Jewish texts, will use small g gods to refer to them, but that makes us really uncomfortable.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
In the modern world.
As monotheists,
angelic beings works a little bit. Right?
Yeah.
But even that, we think of angels and we think, kind of effeminate guy with wings, right? And that's not really what angels are. Angelic beings are sort of vast cosmic intelligences.
Yes.
And so we have to sort of think about that a little differently, like what a spirit is. But yes, this is talking about them having intimate relations, right, with human women, and that is involved in the production of these people, right, of the giants who we were talking about, right, and their sort of reproduction, right, on the earth. And
okay, so that's a different genetic profile. They're not fully human.
Right. And so this is
now we're getting freaky.
Yeah, this is also an inversion, right? Because of course, the from the pagan perspective, they would say these people are part divine, right?
Yeah.
So the Epic of Gilgamesh is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, right? According to the Epic of Gilgamesh. And there's a text called the Book of the Giants that we found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's not part of the Bible, but it includes a list of the giants, a list of the Nephilim, and Gilgamesh is one of the names that's listed there. So this was a very deliberate, right? This isn't just incidental.
And this was in Qumran.
Yeah. And so this is, a millennium later, but they still have Gilgamesh in mind as one of the...
So this is right at the turn of the last millennium.
There,
around the time of Jesus.
Yeah. So... And that, of course, was part of why they were so great and so good and so admirable and why they had this secret knowledge. And so this is turning that around and saying, no, they're 2/3 demon, essentially. They're 2/3 unclean spirit. They're 2/3...
but this idea, just like the fact of it, that entities from the spiritual realm, non-human entities, whatever they are, however we're going to describe them, lower G gods, angels, demons, whatever, that they can mate with human beings and produce not fully human replicas of human beings who can walk among us and rule over us. Like, this is a biblical principle?
Yeah, well, yeah. But what this sort of corresponds to, right, if we had a time machine and a GoPro, is that there were these particular rituals that were happening that were involved in the production of the next king. And this happens after the flood too. And one of the big clues to this that's in the Old Testament is there's this figure who shows up after the flood, after the Exodus, Og, the king of Bashan, who is described as the last of the Rephaim.
It's probably what Stonehenge was, a place to crown leaders or stuff like that, you know, not just that one, but that kind of thing.
And who exactly the Rephaim were, we sort of weren't sure. The word pops up a few places, other places in the Old Testament. In Isaiah, the text that's traditionally understood to talk about the fall of the devil from heaven talks about, as he's thrown down into the underworld, the Rephaim rising up to meet him. So there are these few places. There's Psalm 88 talks about, will the Rephaim arise and praise you? It's talking about in the underworld. Talking about would they praise God? The answer being assumed no. But we now know exactly who they were because
The fuck? We're talking about the Nephilim mentioned in the Bible. What do you mean it's not mentioned? It literally, that's where it comes from. What
in
do
the
you
mid
mean?
20th century, we discovered the city of Ugarit, which had been destroyed in the Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BC and lost. Nobody knew it was there. Nobody knew it existed. It was discovered, and we discovered a library of texts there in a language that we now call Ugaritic after the city.
Where is it? Pardon me.
It's in western Syria, just above Lebanon, just north of Lebanon. In Ras Shamra is what it's called now. And we found this library of texts. Ugaritic is a Semitic language, so it's like Hebrew or Aramaic in terms of the vocabulary and the grammar, but it's written in cuneiform on tablets. And so those tablets survived because those clay tablets are very difficult to break, even if you try.
Yep.
And in there, it shed a lot of light on the Old Testament because, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of words that only appear once in the Hebrew Old Testament, but we now have cognate words in Ugaritic that help us understand some of these things. But one of the texts there is a ritual text for when the king died. And when the king of Ugarit died, they did this funerary ritual where they offered sacrifices and did what is essentially magic, right? Ritual magic, to try to ward off the Rephaim, who were the spirits of these dead ancient kings, so that the king who had just died could pass by them safely to get into the underworld. And so that then showed us, oh, okay, well, so that's what Isaiah is talking about. That's what the Psalms are talking about, the spirits of these dead kings. And so Og being the last one, right, who's alive at the time of the Exodus, he's one of these giants. Deuteronomy describes his bed. It randomly says, talks about Og being slain by the Israelites. Him being slain is talked about in Numbers and Deuteronomy and in two different Psalms. They sing about how great it is that Og, king of Bashan, was slain by God through the Israelites. And they say, Og's bed, he's had this iron bed, and it gives the dimensions. And you're sort of like, well, that's a random fun fact. Og slept here. And the dimensions are huge. So you're like, okay, he's a giant, right? But we found a ritual bed of the same measurements in the great ziggurat of Etemenanke in Babylon.
Iraq.
Yeah, in the city of Babylon. And that ritual bed was used in these sexual rituals to produce the next king. So this is not just saying Og was tall. This is saying Og came out of this sort of sexual ritual. And this would involve what were called at the time shrine prostitutes. These were enslaved women who were sort of used as vessels for, they would be seen to be possessed by the spiritual entity. And then there would be sexual relations with the king at the time. So the king at the time was seen to be as part divine and part human. We have this woman who's possessed, and then she is human, and so that's, you get the 2/3, 1/3. There's sort of three parents.
So the temple prostitute would be the mother of the new king.
Right.
And the idea was because she was possessed by spirits, those spirits would infuse the new king.
Right. And that's sort of, and so birthed by that. Right. So it's the son of the previous king who was divine and the son of this lowercase g God. Right. And so that ritual, it was common throughout the ancient world. After the rise of Christianity, it was still common. You see it in places like Asia. The Khmer Empire in Cambodia had a version of this.
Really?
Yeah. And then the most recent example is Japan, right? Where
the most civilized, technologically advanced, rational country in the world.
Yes.
Really? In ancient Japan?
Well, technically still currently, when a new Japanese emperor succeeds to the throne, he ritually and ceremonially spends the night with the sun goddess.
Up until
as
when?
part of the coronation ritual. Well, they still do it, but the Japanese government says that the sexual element of it was removed after World War II.
You go to the grocery store and there are endless snacks and protein bars. Paleo Valley superfood bars are, we think, the best. Most nutrition bars seem healthy, but then you read the labels and it turns out they're packed with all kinds of bizarre stuff, processed syrups, ingredients you can't pronounce. They're essentially candy, masked by marketers pretending they're healthy. I've eaten a lot of them, I would know. Paleo Valley superfood bars are different though. Paleo Valley makes its products with real ingredients like organic fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, or no seed oils, soy, gluten, other weird additives. And you know when you finish eating one because you're not bloated and you feel good. And that is the measure. These bars are sweet, filling, genuinely good tasting. Flavors include red velvet, apple cinnamon, chocolate chip, plenty more. They're all great. If you're trying to clean up your diet but need something convenient to grab, these are a solid option. Give them a try at paleovalley.com. Use code Tucker at checkout for 20% off your first order. Paleovalley.com, code Tucker, 20% off your first purchase. So up until World War II, the Japanese emperor was having sex with a sun goddess?
Yes. So Hirohito.
So
would
within
have been the
living
last
memory.
one. Yeah. Hirohito would have been the last one. Yeah.
Who was the sun goddess?
Well, I mean, he would go into a chamber with a number of concubines right, who were embodying, right, the sun goddess. So this is exactly this kind of ritual still going on.
So how did, so this is Japan, which is an island in East Asia.
Yeah.
And this is a precise replication of what was happening in the Near East.
Yes.
It was a long way away.
Yes.
And then also in Indochina among the Khmers.
Yeah.
Also far from Japan and even farther from the Middle East. So how are these totally different cultures,
It was
languages,
widely popular.
geographic locations all doing exactly the same weird thing?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is where we get to the idea of a demonic spirit.
Because maybe it's real.
Yeah, we just maybe we have to accept this, and we
is that the answer?
We
It's
know
real?
this. We know this, right? We've seen sort of mass evil arise within living memory in the world that can't be explained by a large group of people all making the same bad decisions simultaneously by coincidence, right?
This is what brought me to God, was this exact understanding. It was a very obvious observation, which somehow I missed. But yes, that's right.
Yeah, and we've all been on the less negative side, right? We've all been in crowds. We've been in groups. We've been in stadiums. We've been in a place of worship with a group of people where we've had the experience of sort of acting together, right? Of participating in something together, right? And that's ultimately what a spirit is. A spirit is a sort of collective consciousness at a level of sort of above human, right? It's hard to understand, right? But if we work,
but it's not hard to recognize.
Back a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So our human body, right, is made up of, there are actually sub-organisms within our human body.
Ew.
Right? It's kind of gross to think about, but chemically right
have
now, my
subhumans?
gut flora and your gut flora are having chemical conversations.
I'm sorry?
Right? As we sit here. Right? The bacteria, our digestive bacteria communicate chemically.
With one another?
With one another. Yeah. Right? When humans get together, right? There are all of these functions going on within our bodies, right, that have their own kind of low-level consciousness. And then we have our human consciousness, which is sort of over the top of that, which is the summing up of all of that. And so when we talk about angelic beings or demonic beings, we're just talking about a level of consciousness that's then above the individual human.
But they're not projections of the individual human. They exist separate and apart from the human.
They exist separate and apart, and we participate in them.
Right, but we don't create them.
We sort of embody them in the world, right? We kind of this is what God created humanity for originally, right? So he said earlier, Adam is created sort of innocent at the beginning of this journey to grow into the likeness of God. The way he would do that is by functioning as God's image in the world. So in Genesis 1, the 6 days of creation, the first 3 days, before that starts, God says, the problem is that the earth is formless and void. In Hebrew, it's tohu wabohu.
Tohu wabohu?
Tohu wabohu, yeah, it rhymes. And it means basically it's formless or chaotic, it's disordered, and it's empty. And so in the first 3 days, God sets it in order. Right, so he separates the light from the darkness. He separates the sky from the sea. He separates the dry land from the sea. So he places everything in order. And then in the second set of 3 days, days 4, 5, and 6, they correspond, right? So day 4, he's already separated light from darkness, sun, moon, stars. right? Sort of the bodies. He's already separated the sky and the sea. Fifth day, he fills the sky with life. He fills the sea with life. Sixth day, he creates land, animals, and man, right? Because on the third day, he had separated. So he's taking care of those. But then he says to man, when he's been created, fill the earth and subdue it. And what is that two-part command? Subdue means to put it in order, right? And fill it with life. And so humanity is created to sort of continue that work of God in the world. That's the purpose, to continue to participate in what God is doing in the world. That then transforms humanity. So, positive example of this. God is at work continually in the world, loving every human person. When I go and I show love to my neighbor, that love's not coming from me, right? I'm participating in God's love. God is loving them through me, but that transforms me.
Yes.
That love transforms and changes me more toward God's likeness. Right? And the reverse is true. Right? And in that way, I'm sort of embodying the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit in the world. The flip side is true. That means humanity can also embody other spirits in the world. And when you do that and you bring that into the world and make it concrete, that also changes you. And it's not just a spiritual or a psychological transformation, it's even a physical transformation.
Yes.
We've seen that. You can see someone who has gone down a dark road in
I've
life, a
seen
photo of them,
Yes.
they repent, they change, they come back. You see a photo of them out, you can physically see it.
Well, there's no question about it.
That transformation happens in both directions.
You can read it in their faces.
Yeah. And so as humans, we're going to participate in something. There are things larger than us at work in the world, right? God being the most important one. And we're either going to participate in what he's doing in the world and be formed and shaped by that, or we're going to participate in something else and be formed and shaped by that. And the end of that is our destruction, right, of ourselves and each other.
There are, the reason I was lingering on the creation of the Nephilim
Yeah.
is because it suggests this idea that sounds really radical when you first think about it, that there are hybrids,
Yeah.
spirit, human together. But then as you talk about it a little bit and you realize that every culture has always believed this. In fact,
Bro, you are tweaking. I'm gonna have to ban you. Okay.
Jesus is described as the union of God and a human woman. It's like, actually, it's a central concept everywhere all the time. Like, it's not
Yeah.
shocking.
Yeah.
Right? Right? I
Not
mean,
in a sexual way in that case. Yeah. Be clear. Yeah.
Right, not in a
Yeah,
sexual way,
yeah.
right, but
yes. Yeah. Yeah.
This baby is the product of God's spirit and a human woman.
Right. And Christ is the express image of God. Right. He is the fullness of the image.
Right, and the
And
Greek
likeness
myths
of God,
tell
yeah.
different but related stories about
Yeah.
people being. So, why is it crazy? And I think people have, lived in the world for a while. Why is it crazy to someone have a feeling when you're talking to someone that this is not, that there's something else going on here? That this person's not. Does this still happen?
Yeah. I think.
I have felt that way really strongly
Yeah.
about people in charge a couple of times. Not just I
Yeah.
disagree with them. I just I think you're a bad person. It's not even that. It's like, what is this?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I have only kind of thankfully met a person like that once in my life. It was in a part of my pastoral training in a forensic psych ward. I met a person who had done, I won't describe what, because it's hideous and you won't be able to get it out of your head, but had done horrific things to a child, and that's how he ended up there.
Yes.
But who enjoyed bragging about it and describing it in detail to people and watching the look on their faces. Right? Like that level of gone. So there are people like that. And
Did you
we've-
feel as you
yeah.
talked to this person or listened to this person that this was not fully human, or this was some kind of hybrid?
You could look in his eyes and see that there was something inhuman there.
I've had that same
Right,
experience
that's-
with people. Not
yeah.
not quite as cartoonish and obvious as that, but
Yeah.
still, like, what is this?
Yeah, yeah.
So what is this?
It's, well, I mean that's, so we would say in the church that to become like Christ, to be formed in the likeness of God, is to become truly human. That's what it means to be human.
Yes.
And so to the degree which you go down the other road, you become something inhuman. St. John Chrysostom, in one of his homilies, is talking to, so he's preaching in Constantinople to just regular people.
4th century.
Yeah. End of the 4th, beginning of the 5th, yeah. And he says to his people, he says, so you believe that if someone dies a violent death, they become a demon, right? So we
He's
kind of have that
rajah
cultural
for
idea
49
too,
months.
right? Somebody dies some kind of violent or horrible death,
Yeah.
they come back as this vengeful ghost or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, murder victims
Yeah.
haunt the house where they were killed.
Yeah, so they apparently had that kind of idea too. And he says, that's incorrect. He says, it is people who live like demons who become demons. So in the same way that there is an actual transformation of humanity as we're formed in the likeness of God, there is an actual transformation of humanity into something else.
Of course, and it's obvious. You become how you live, for sure.
When you go down that other, it's an actual metaphysical.
আপনার সত্তার একটি প্রকৃত অধিভৌতিক রূপান্তর
What
এমন
just happened?
পর্যায়ে যে মহাপ্লাবনের আগে নেফিলিমদের
What the fuck is going on? The fuck?
সাথে যা ঘটছিল তা বোঝার একটি বড় অংশ হলো
Are we not allowed to hear some? What, did something change suddenly? Audio track Bangla. Why?
এর মতো জীবনযাপন করে তার
Wait, why? I can't change it back to English? The demons took control.
কথা বলছিলেন মানে কি এখনো এ নিয়ে কোনো প্ল্যানের মতো জীবনযাপন করে
We're at 49. I'm going to refresh.
Human. St. John Chrysostom, in one of his homilies,
Weird.
is talking to. So he's preaching in Constantinople to just regular people.
4th century.
Yeah, end of the 4th, beginning of the 5th. Yeah, and he says to his people, he says, so you believe that if someone dies a violent death, they become a demon, right? So we kind of had that cultural idea too, right? Somebody dies some kind of violent or horrible death, they come back as this vengeful ghost or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, murder victims haunt the house where they were killed.
Yeah, so they apparently had that kind of idea too. And he says, that's incorrect. He says, it is people who live like demons who become demons. So in the same way that there is an actual transformation of humanity, as we're formed in the likeness of God, there is an actual transformation of humanity into something else.
Of course, and it's obvious. You become how you live, for sure.
When you go down that other, it's an actual metaphysical transformation of who you are, even to the point where, so a big part of the understanding of what's going on with the Nephilim before the flood is that a lot of the demonic spirits that are talked about later in Scripture and after the flood are understood to be the spirits of those Nephilim, of those dead Nephilim. This is explicit in like the Book of Jubilees, which is a Jewish text from the period in between the Old and New Testaments, but a very important one. If you read like Josephus's Jewish Antiquities, he's cribbing from the history in Jubilees all the time. He just accepts it as historical. And it talks about, at the time of the flood, the Nephilim are wiped out, they all die. And they have sort of a leader who's named Mastema. And Mastema comes to God and wants to strike this bargain
It's a
with him.
right-wing stream? No, I do not partake in politics. This is not a political stream at all.
Don't send us all into the abyss. Don't send us all into the lake of fire. Let some of us stay on the earth. We promise if you let us do that, we'll only torment bad people. We'll only torment wicked people. In the Book of Jubilees, God agrees to allow 10% of them to remain to torment wicked people, but it says that God's motive is he wants to use that to bring wicked people to repentance. Right? So there's sort of a theodicy going on there, right?
Yes.
So God, why does God allow these demonic spirits? But you see reflections of that story even in like the Gospels, right? Because these spirits are told at that time, you're going to be, you're allowed to tell the last judgment, and then you're going to the lake of fire with everybody else, but you get this sort of reprieve. So for example, when Christ comes to the demoniac man, and the demons say to him, have you come to torment us before the time?
Exactly.
Like, hey, wait, we had a deal.
Yeah.
Right? And then he ends up casting them into the pigs, and the pigs run off the cliff, and it says they run off the cliff into the abyss, which is the place where those other demonic spirits were imprisoned. And there's a dynamic going on there where the name Jesus is actually the name Joshua. Right? Of course, Joshua in the book of Joshua goes and battles these giant clans to sort of reclaim the land and purify them from evil. That's paralleled with Christ as sort of the true Joshua comes into the land to purify it from evil, and he's dealing with the spirits of these same beings. And so the idea that how does that become a spirit? Well, I mean, we've seen this, right? You can point to men in history who were wicked men, right? Who are long dead, but their spirit has lived on.
Oh, no
right?
doubt.
People have continued to participate in that spirit and embody it, right? And bring it forward. The same's true on the other side. Those are the people we call saints, right? They lived a life embodying the Spirit of God, being formed into his likeness, and even though they've died, sort of their spirit lives on. They become the patron saints of people and nations and, right, and families and people groups, and continue to have this life, right? As
so you're describing
spirits.
the process of becoming that every person experiences. You're becoming something. But Genesis 6 is describing an act of creation,
Yeah.
saying that these beings were different from the very start because they didn't have two human parents.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a very different thing.
Well, and we also have to understand what it means to be part of a people in the ancient sense. We have concepts like ethnicity and DNA and these kind of things. Of course, they had no idea right, about those concepts. So being part of a people was about two things: participating in their initiation rituals,
yes,
and then participating in the ongoing ritual life of the community. So biblically, you look at ancient Israel, what made you an Israelite is, if you were male, you were circumcised. If you were female, you were either the daughter or the wife of a circumcised male. And you ate the Passover, right? You participated in the festal sort of year. Within Christianity, right, you're baptized, initiation, right? And then you participate in the Eucharist and the ongoing sacramental life of the church. So the same was true on this other side, right? So what we've been talking about is essentially the initiation ritual, right? The beginning, right? And then there was an ongoing ritual life. And according to the Book of Wisdom or the Wisdom of Solomon, that depending on where you land, right, Christianity may or may not be part of your Old Testament, makes this explicit. Other texts outside of the scriptures make this explicit, that the ongoing ritual life of these people involved human sacrifice, and human sacrifice involved cannibalism.
Yes.
We have a very skewed view of we haven't done a lot of animal sacrifice and seen a lot of it, so we have kind of a skewed view that it's about killing the animal. It's not really about killing the animal, it's about eating the animal.
Yes.
Part of it being offered to God or a god, and then part of it being consumed, right? And so cannibalism, either at the level you see in Mesoamerica, right, blood drinking, right? That's why blood drinking is forbidden right throughout the Bible. And so there was cannibalism involved in this human sacrifice. And so that was sort of renewed. You have this initiation, you have this beginning, and then there is this ongoing ritual participation.
Yes, and I mean, not to disagree with you, but I just have to ask, like, if ancient peoples had no sense of genetics, why were genealogies so important?
Well, that's descent, right?
Yeah, but it's genetic descent.
Yeah. But that could be broken, right? So let me give you an example. Caleb, there are sort of two. There's the episode after the Exodus where the spies, one spy from each of the 12 tribes of Israel, is sent into the land. And 10 of them come back and say, no, there's Nephilim there, we can't do it.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be too tough, right? You don't want to mess with them, right? And two of them, Joshua and Caleb, come back and say, no, we can't do this by ourselves, but God's on our side. God's going to win the victory for us. Put your faith in him. We can do this. Caleb is identified in the text as being a Kenizzite. A Kenizzite is not only a Canaanite, it's one of the Canaanite tribes they were supposed to wipe out. It's one of the giant clans. It's these people. He's technically one of them, genetically or by descent, right? But he's listed as an elder of the tribe of Judah in the Old Testament because he was incorporated. And when you're incorporated, they would have said about him, no, Judah was his father. He was a descendant of Judah, right? Now we would say, well, not genetically,
right?
But from their view, now that he's been ritually incorporated, you didn't just become an Israelite in general. You became a member of a particular family that was part of a particular clan, that was part of a particular tribe, right? And those are now his people, and the Kenizzites are not his people. He is now not a Kenizzite. So that's the difference, is that was malleable, that was changeable.
So when did the requirement emerge that in order to be Jewish, you had to be the son of a Jewish mother?
That was after the
destruction of the temple?
Yeah, that was after the return from exile. So if you read Ezra and Nehemiah, they're talking about that. That's when they ban Israelite men marrying foreign women.
Right. And the matrilineal descent is a way of ensuring genetics.
Just guaranteeing that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows your mom is.
But so that's a later thing. If you look at in the Torah, in Deuteronomy, there's a whole ritual set up for if you want to marry a woman from one of these other groups where she shaves her head, and there's this sort of ritual thing where her old life is put away and her new life, now she's an Israelite. Right, so that they had a way of incorporating.
Is there any fossil record that supports the idea of giants striding the earth?
Actual 50-foot tall people?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how tall, but taller than...
Well, yeah, so they disagree. A lot of times, so when we have visual depictions, they're usually depicted as 15 foot tall. Mm-hmm. But that's a sort of deliberate coding. So in the ancient Near East, they believed that their gods had a ritual body that was about 15 feet tall. And if you look at, we've got excavated temples of Baal, for example, where they have footprints. They're supposed to be Baal's footprints, right? As he was walking in to be sort of enthroned in his temple, was the idea. And if you measure the stride, it's based on him being about 15 foot tall. So they're
Do we think they're real footprints?
Well, these are clearly carved by people.
Okay.
Right, to represent that. But the idea is that's how tall the gods were. So that's how they usually depict the Nephilim as being 15 foot tall. Goliath is sort of one of the last stragglers.
Yes.
At the end of the book of Joshua, it says that sort of the last of the Anakim, which is another word for the Nephilim, fled into Philistine territory. And so then when David comes as king, he sort of roots out the last of them, right? Goliath being one of them. How tall he is, again, numbers, there's not numerals, so things go weird places. According to the Greek Old Testament tradition, he was 6'6", which is like 2 inches taller than me, right? But which in the early Iron Age would have made him gigantic, right?
Yes.
The average man was, I think, like 5'5",
Yeah.
right at the time in that area. In the Hebrew text, he's 9'9", which is more clearly a sort of supernatural kind of height.
Yes.
Right, to sort of convey this. So certainly there were people who were abnormally tall, like in the 6'6", 6'7" range, right? Some of them who were these people. We do not have, and given we don't have a lot of skeletal remains from that period either, right? That are
There are a million reports from the 19th century in North America and the U.S. of people finding 9-foot tall skeletons in some cave in Nevada, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They were all destroyed by the Smithsonian. Any of that true?
Not as far as we could tell, not as far as we could verify. And some of those were proven to be the Cardiff Giants
Of
stuff.
course,
Those were proven to be hoaxes. So I think a lot of that came out of there was very much in the anti-modernist movement, right? What became evangelical Christianity. There was very much an idea that we need to scientifically prove that everything in the Bible is literally true.
Yes,
and that led to some of that grasping.
But as far as you know, there have never been found on Earth fossils of human beings.
Not verifiably.
Not verifiably. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
That's
believe
because
that?
they mixed them with the dinosaurs and they kept all the skulls.
Since Genesis 6 says this process of the sons of God impregnating the daughters of man is still ongoing, do you think that happens now?
I mean, it certainly could. Yeah, it certainly could. Like we said, it was 80 years ago. We were doing a similar sort of thing with the Japanese emperor. There's no reason it couldn't. There's no reason the attendant later rituals with human sacrifice and things couldn't be going on.
Because they're just glimpses
kidding.
of it. I mean,
I'm just kidding. If that's true, how we can make dino nuggies? Debunked. You got me.
What's interesting about the Epstein files, for example, which to the extent I have read them are only hinting at various things, and you have no idea exactly what it means. It is like reading an esoteric text. It's like you're not read in, so you don't really interpret it clearly. But there is a fixation on blood, on genetics, and there seems to have been that for since the time that we're talking about. Like blood, human sacrifice, sex, not just for pleasure, but or reproduction, but as a ritual. Like these are ongoing motifs through human history. Right?
Aleister Crowley's a real person. Yeah,
100%. But I mean, the Incas were doing the same thing that
I'm tired now.
I don't know, some remote African tribe was doing, the Canaanites were doing. It's like everyone's doing the same thing, is fixated on the same 4 or 5 themes.
No one knows why we're doing it, but it's provocative and gets people going.
So there was some weird stuff with some of those scientists.
Oh, big time.
Yeah. So that's definitely right. That and
well, so, but I guess what I'm saying is, if different cultures at different times throughout history are focused on exactly the same kind of non-obvious ideas, like the spirit world breeds with people, technology comes from the spirit.
All right. Is the next one more interesting? All right, I'll take a look at it. Let me see. What did you post?
What were some of those bases? What was there?
MK Ultra Twin they tried to hide reveals everything with Esther. Oh no.
They had genetically modified and bred. You asked me what's under there, and the kids inside of me came forward and said, "There's monsters." We called him Daddy. He took us under the Temple Mount and impregnated us.
Never flown a UFO.
Oh yeah, we were flying UFOs at 3 years old.
You're listening to
And not Asian? An anomaly for sure.
Discovering Truth with Dan Duvall.
All right, friends.
That's like saying my kid's been driving the Tesla since they were 3.
Here we are on Discovering Truth, ready to have another exciting interview that's probably going to leave all of our jaws on the floor trying to figure out what we just heard. But that's why you came. Today, I am sitting down for the first time in studio with Esther Ford. And for those of you that have not been introduced to her before, you need to go back in our archives because we have done a series of interviews with her. She is a survivor of MK Ultra, a survivor of other government projects, and really globalist projects at the highest levels. She is the twin sister of Sue Ford, who went by the name of Bryce Taylor and wrote the book Thanks for the Memories, exposing globalists going back to the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I mean, and I am a personal testimony of the fruit of the book that her sister wrote because I read it as God was leading me into the ministry field of helping survivors of satanic ritual abuse backgrounds and other things. And so we're sitting down with Esther, who, as a little bit of background, has basically come forward explaining that she was the hidden twin of Sue, her sister. What that means is Sue was living a lot of the surface world life and experience, while Esther was actually the one that was in the underground bases and in other places being used by the same parties that mind controlled both her and her sister. Here now to talk about another element of her story. Esther, welcome to Discovering Truth with Dan Duvall.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this is always exciting. And first time in studio.
Yes, it is. I'm so excited to be here in Katy.
Yeah. Katie's special. It's hot.
It's hot, but I got to go to church, and that was
Wait.
like the.
Is he in Texas? I don't know now.
The thing I wanted to do for a few years here, so it was awesome. I kept thinking I must be in heaven. It was awesome.
You know, we're having a lot of fun at church. I mean, I'm having fun, and I'm the pastor. Not every pastor can say that, you know, especially me, because I didn't always have fun. But now, I am going to say, shout out to Broad Ministry Church Katy. Like we are really cool.
Really cool, totally and really cool.
We're really cool.
And Ed makes it funny.
Oh my gosh, we love Ed.
We love Ed.
Shout out to that guy, man.
Ed, indeed. Yep.
But thank you for being here, Esther.
Thank you for helping. Thank you for all the work that you have done all these years to be prepared and to be here understanding what has come out of me that was way more advanced technologically and in every way than what my sister as a public person remembered. So we're like another high-tech level.
Well, I can definitely concur. So, just a little bit of background for our listeners. Like, I have personally done work with Esther. We have sat down with journeys, we've done prayer coaching.
I had no idea. That's literally like my backyard. Who knew?
Now for probably, we're approaching maybe 2 years now.
2.5.
2.5. And yes, I mean, from frequency programming, artificial intelligence, technology that we don't really have names for. It's just like, they don't even put out white papers for some of this stuff, but it's there.
It is there.
Multi-dimensional, interdimensional, off-planet. I mean, we have, there's so much. And what we learn as we go through the deprogramming process is that it's a very deep rabbit hole. But one of the things, and I think we'll get started here because we talked about this before pressing record. One of the things that I have found is very important for people on a healing and deliverance journey to reconcile and get recovery from is the pre-Adamic trauma that ends up being rooted in the human spirit.
Yes.
And for a lot of people, this is a realm where it's almost like a no-go zone. There's a lot of Christians that they lack context for why this matters. In fact, the debate is usually, well, is it a young earth or is it an old earth? And if we get that far, if we get past maybe like the young earth or everything that exists, the whole universe and all that's in it is only 6,000 years old, then it just becomes we could call it like an academic debate. But beyond that, because so many people don't understand the nature of the human spirit and that we are a triune being, that all by itself becomes another difficult conversation to have. It's like, well, are we two parts? Are we dichotomous, just body with a, spiritual substance? Or are we trichotomous, body, soul, and spirit? And if so, what's the difference? And we can get stuck there. And what we've learned is that there is a human spirit that is a part of our triune nature that pre-exists the soul and has experience and encounter not just before we are conceived, but before Adam was put in the garden. And because there are traumas associated with that, a lot of people would say, well, I either A, don't agree with an old universe, or B, I don't agree that we have human spirit, or C, I don't agree that a human spirit can have trauma that pre-exists Adam. Yet, all of the above become relevant when people are taking a healing journey and need to overcome. So I'm just going to start here and ask you straightforwardly, in your process of recovery and healing with Jesus, have you found pre-Adamic trauma connected to your human spirit?
Absolutely. Over and over as we did our sessions, and you would ask questions of my human spirit, and she would come forward and speak. And I hadn't read all your books to understand all of this or the pre-Adamic. I just experienced it. So for me, it's real. And I had a lot of our sessions, when you would ask questions of her pre-Adamically, it became very clear that she had been deceived early on, pre-Adamically, and that she had had parts of her actually broken off, split from our human spirit, so that there was like a part of us that's still here with me, our human spirit, that is undefiled. But these parts were like broken off through being deceived massively by Satan and his minions, and ending up being broken, being defiled, being filled with demonic forces and tied to evil satanic grid lines. Even way back pre-Adamically, Satan was planning this. And I believe a lot of those grid lines that are under the ocean and in Satan's major headquarters, where I had learned to had different bodies to swim down into Satan's throne room, and that my human spirit was totally and completely defiled. And as not really, but there were enough parts of us to be used pre-Adamically to be tied into the grid lines.
So, can you walk me through and walk us through, I guess, a high-level overview of the history of your human spirit as you have come to understand it? What happened to your human spirit from the time her deception began through, I guess, to the, let's just say, the time that you were being conceived, which, according to your memories, happened in a lab anyway. But let's just go ahead and start at the beginning and then walk us through what you've learned.
I've had a lot of memories of actually being in the throne room with God. And in fact, at church, when the woman came forward with her harp, I started weeping because I had a memory, a flashback of being in front of our Heavenly Father in the throne room and playing the harp, and I want to get one. But what happened is that we had started having a lot of memories of actually doing heavenly assignments, and then we started having flashbacks of times when our human spirit was defiled. And I've got notebook after notebook after notebook of all of these. It was a lot of them, and in each one, the deception from Satan tricking us was still kind of like how he deceives and tricks everyone now. And we believed him out of our, I didn't know that human spirits that were undefiled could be confused. But it's just like now. You can hear some false belief and say, oh yeah, that's true, and it's not, and then you become messed up. But so these parts would end up getting deceived. They would be taken off by themselves. There would be trauma happening, and that part of our spirit would be broken off, and then they would feel it completely overflowing with demonic presences, and Satan would use it however he wanted to, which was usually with us, from all the work we've done, was tying those broken parts at different places in Satan's grid lines that he had planned way back then to take over the world.
What would you say were some of the traumas that the human spirit experienced?
We were put in situations where there were demonic forces that would shapeshift and trick us, and some of them were really scary. And I don't understand still about the difference between the human spirit, well, not having a body, I understand that, but the emotional and mind part of all of that was that it was absolutely devastating to find yourself in that situation. And it felt like torture, which is what happened when we got here on Earth. And I wanted to say that, when you introduced me, the other important thing to know is that we were part of the Hitler Project. And we had different bodies to go into all those places. I mean, we had bodies to go off planet. We had bodies to go under the ocean and swim. And it became automatic that the technology that we had was so advanced that the body would be automated when the need for a different environment would show up, and we'd be in it, and all of a sudden we'd be in a flying suit or, like a mermaid. And so those memories have been amazing. Swimming down the earth, under earth, in the ocean. And there were even times when my twin and I, it wasn't spirit, we probably shouldn't go there, but that's when I learned when there would be sailing trips. And I would jump off of the boat into the middle of the dolphins and swim, and I didn't need a wetsuit, and I ended up just continuing to dive down deeper and deeper and deeper till the mermaid suit came on. When you can't breathe and you don't have scuba equipment, everything would just appear. And I understand that's all supernaturally evil, and we don't have that anymore, thank God. But the trauma that happened to our human spirit, I haven't had all the memories of that yet.
Well, and just to kind of make it clearer for the listening audience, so what you're saying is your spirit went through trauma pre-Adamically and then afterwards, and some of that resulted in a fragmenting of your spirit that was then used by the kingdom of darkness to establish grid lines deep under the water, deep underground, different places of the earth. And later on in your lived experience, you visited some of these same areas, such as deep underwater, but that was part of the projects and the abilities that they installed in you as you were programmed.
Exactly.
So, okay. Now,
I want to say that during that I believe that it's true that what happened, the way that these spirit parts were split off, that it's like intergenerational stuff that comes forward with you. I believe there was a lot of it, of demonic possession and already split off trauma that followed us into human life on Earth.
Yeah. Well, and that's exactly it. One of the things that I found, right, and not just with you, but with others that I've been working with, is that some of the pre-Adamic or preconception traumas associated with the spirit, including evil agreements, contracts, and defilements, they cause suffering on this side. That the soul and the body are going to come under certain layers of attack that's actually connected to agreements or bondages the spirit was preloaded with.
Exactly.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things. So going back, one of my absolute assertions, because this was part of my experience, and one of the experiences I've talked about, right, is like in the pre-Adamic ages, I was definitely involved in wars. Like it was like there was a rebellion, a Luciferian rebellion. There were spirits that were deceived, and many of these we would call fallen angels. The Bible just in Revelation 12 talks about stars, and they went on the other side, and then eventually wars were fought, and there were heavenly beings on one side of the battle fighting, we could say, on Jesus' side, and then there were spirits that were on the other side of those battles fighting on Satan's side. And I think that in old school thinking, a lot of people would have assumed that all of those spirits were just angels and then man came later. What we've realized is that we were on those battlefields. I was on those battlefields. I got those memories from my spirit. Did you have memories like this from your spirit, and what was the nature of them?
The nature of them was that we were in all kinds of different wars. And with all kinds of different agendas, and that's where we were almost like, I would say, mind control programmed in a broken spirit to do whatever we were told to do. We had already become like parts of us, parts like a slave. It's like a multiple having different parts, only we were in spirit form having different parts. And so they used those parts to fight in the war. And during my recovery here on Earth, Jesus and you were taking me through, but Jesus was doing it every day with me, taking me through those agreements and the contracts and vows and everything that's in your books, to renounce everything and to do whatever prayers we needed to do to be free. And then the Holy Spirit would deliver me of the demonic presences, and I would yawn and cough, and it's still happening usually when I get around you. Our abuse was so extensive back then and now that
I enjoy this video, but I feel like it's too much for most of chat. I don't know. I don't know if they're just now starting to wonder if disclosure is actually disclosure. You know what I mean? I feel like this is too advanced. This might be too deep in for you guys. I'm not sure. I just feel like chat's just gonna, like, they're already lost, you know? I think I'll save this one for me later. Or maybe we'll skip to y'all were interested in the flying of the UFOs. So let's jump to that, because that's an easier topic, I think. Oh, secret space here. We'll jump to, like, an easier topic, maybe. Maybe we'll just do that. Instead of the whole... We don't have to watch the whole thing. Let's jump to an easier topic to swallow. Do you want the Rothschild Jesuit history? Is that semi-relevant? Are y'all interested in that? Or do you just want me to jump to the Mars shit? We could do the Hitler Project. How about that? That's kind of political.
Once you got here, and for those of you that haven't heard some of our other content or whatever, the Hitler Project was something that took place towards the end of World War II and after, where they basically put a bunch of eggs on ice and would inseminate those eggs with Hitler's sperm plus. And when I say plus, I mean they were actually taking that opportunity to engineer those fetuses with whatever DNA they wanted in there, in order to get certain outcomes for the projects and for the programming. And so for any of you that are like, wait a minute, you're referencing this Hitler Project, but what do you mean by that?
Right now.
Well, this is it. And over time, they took those eggs that were sitting in freezers, sometimes for decades, and in waves, they were like implanting that in wombs of women. Sometimes they used artificial wombs as part of it as well. And then you had generations of people that were being born with highly engineered DNA. That had abilities, that had certain markers that allowed for certain things to be done, psychic powers, shape-shifting, all kinds of time travel abilities. I mean...
And tied to the demonic with legalities through all these evil bloodlines.
Yeah.
They genetically engineered us to, like, all of the bloodline dynasty families. I mean, the one everyone talks about, and we have it too, is the Windsors, the British royal family. Sue and I both were with them, I mean, all the time. But all these different bloodlines, and the kings, like Monaco, and different royal bloodlines, and but they're all evil, demonic bloodlines. And we had so many that it was, I mean, I worked through with Jesus at Home, your prayer books with all the different bloodlines, and literally the chart that you made with all the names in it, we had more than those. We had all those and more. Wow. I mean, it was unbelievable, the bloodlines that we had, but they were all in your book. And we had extra that weren't in the book, but, I don't mean to be plugging his book for, like, sales, but I just want to tell you, if you want the truth, the information is in there to help you. And Jesus knew it. I mean, Jesus would say, go to the 40th page, and, because I wasn't functioning very well.
Oh my.
And he would lead me right where I needed to be. But the Hitler Project, what I want to say is that we were one egg, because I drew it. I drew it all out.
Yes.
We were one egg that was split in three.
Yes.
So we have actually not just Sue and I, as Jesus calls us twin A and B, but we have a triplet. And we were in the womb with who we thought was our biological mother, while the triplet was in the womb of another woman somewhere else. And they used all that for part of their experiment. They're watching, what happens here, what happens there in different circumstances. And so everything for them is a big experiment project. And I mean, it's like they would watch me over and over be killed and come back to life. And I was coming back to life because Jesus wouldn't leave me alone. Wow. And they couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
And so they kept killing us. And they, even when we were able to tell them you killed us. We went with Jesus. And we tell them, you killed us. We went with Jesus. They couldn't ever understand it. They never stopped because they thought, we'll really figure it out. She's not really saying Jesus. We don't know what she's something scientific. There had to be a scientific answer to that. So, but we got a free ticket to Jesus every time they killed us. So, to us, it was like, yes, we're home with Jesus. We're closer.
And that was all part of the programming. That was part of the mind control. That was part of the...
Yeah, it was how it's also how the Jesuits split us. We would be taken to Jesuit islands, and the Jesuits we were totally connected to the Jesuit generals, every single one of them, and the popes at the Vatican. It's like every single one of them from 1951 on, we had, Sue and I both had contact with, but the Jesuits wanted their own system in us of personalities, so they would dig, they were always on islands, they would dig holes in the sand, and they would put us in there, take us near death, and then revive us, or Jesus would bring us back, and they would give us a different name. And so they created their whole systems. And I want to say before I forget that I believe the Jesuits are the top evil order of all of this. From my memories, it's like they are even over the Vatican. That's totally and completely evil. We were being sodomized and raped by the popes every year and by the Jesuit general every year to keep our programming intact.
See, I told you it's the Black Pope. Who's the Palpatine, probably. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know anything. I was just making a joke. But isn't that funny? Leo is the Snoke. The Black Pope is the Palpy. Daddy Palpy.
And to keep us in line. But
entertainment
I believe as
fan
the
fiction.
Jesuits and the Vatican are exposed, that, and if Christians pray, this is where we start destroying the works of the enemy, right?
So let's talk about, I would say power bases. Let's talk about bases of power. So you have, obviously, experiences in underground bases. Those are awful. They have a lot of evil going on down there. One of the, I would assess to be the top bases of power is Jerusalem, and not just necessarily the surface, but underneath. What have you found from your memories regarding the things that go on underneath Jerusalem and underneath the Temple Mount?
It's huge for us. Baron Guy Rothschild, who was the head of the Rothschild French banking system in Paris, was our owner. And we spent tons of time with him. And part of spending the time is he would take us under the Temple Mount. And we started going under there as a little kid. And by the time we were 9 years old, he had a plan to breed us for more of the Nephilim hide. They think that it's really a wonderful thing that there's all these demonic forces because they give you power. That's their big. That is. They do. It does. It is power until Jesus comes and knocks it all off. But so we were 9 years old when we called him Daddy, Baron Guy. He took us under the Temple Mount and impregnated us under the Temple Mount. And 9 months later, or however long it was, he took us back under the Temple Mount where we gave birth to a son that all of our children, they took them immediately. We never had contact. We never raised them. And so, Daddy took our baby boy, and he had already, it's probably reading your books, I think they either traded him or sold him into the fake Jews. I'm trying to watch my words.
What?
Okay, the Ashkenazi Jews, and I love Jewish people. I just want to say I love Jewish people.
You have to say that anytime you talk about truth or anything, because otherwise...
I love true Jews who aren't full of Satan and want to kill me or use me as a slave. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to meeting the true Jews. And it just kind of knocked me off what we're talking about.
So you were...
Wait. Did she say fake news? Or maybe I misheard. Clearly.
Okay.
And it's
So
traded.
okay. So there are. You can come to your own conclusions, but my son and Darren Guy's son was, and I had no choice in this matter, but Daddy gave or sold Samuel. They named him Samuel, which is like a counterfeit of the Bible, but it's the same story. It's amazing. He left them with the rabbis to raise. And
Wait,
just
who
like
left two with the rabbis?
Daddy gave or sold Samuel. They named his son. And you can come to your own conclusions, but my son and Darren Guy's son was, and I had no choice in this matter, but Daddy gave or sold Samuel. They named him Samuel, which is like a counterfeit of the Bible, but it's the same story. It's amazing. He left them with the rabbis to raise, and just like Hannah gave her baby, and it's Hannah, right? Was Hannah with anyway?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I've had flashbacks of Samuel, and how he looks is he's got the rabbi Jews, the rabbi curls, braids, or whatever, the hair.
They call them tendrils.
Okay, he has those, and he wears the black hat, and he has been fully trained as a rabbi, so he's programmed. He is completely possessed of high-level demons, and he's in Jerusalem looking like a honored rabbi, I'm sure. And this is where the fake Israel false overlay is a nice way of saying it. It's a big lie what's happening there. And the Rothschilds even own land. They own a bunch of land.
Yeah.
And so they have a lot of authority there. And
just like the Vatican.
It would make sense to me that if Daddy Guy left Samuel there with the rabbis, that those are the rabbis that are programmed and possessed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left them there.
Wow.
So, and he lived, as far as I know, his life has been lived there, underground, in Jerusalem.
Wow.
And right now he'd be 60-something.
You know, it's really tough when you try to, make this whole thing make sense, because it's such a big, mega story, right? But at the end of the day, I mean, what is absolutely true and verifiable is that the Rothschilds as a family are basically behind a lot of what is called international banking. They are behind a lot of the central banks by which the purse strings of many nations are controlled. And so they are major power brokers puppeting. They are puppet masters behind a whole lot. It was Amschel Rothschild. This is all history. Who said, I don't care who makes the laws of a nation, give me control of their currency. And he was part of the founding of what is called the Bavarian Illuminati on May 1st, 1776, along with a couple of other individuals, and that brought the Jesuits in. I mean, and so like the connection between the Rothschilds and the Jesuits goes way back to the 1700s, and I mean, this is literally Wikipedia history. It's not even hard enough to find this data, but what happens under the Temple Mount, I mean, it's really, really dark. And the Rothschilds are definitely, I mean, I believe you. I believe that they're connected to this stuff. And that seems to be true from others I've talked to as well. And one of the things that I believe is that, Jerusalem was always designed to be a place of government for the whole earth. I believe that in the new heavens and new earth, there's going to be an interface between the physical, geographical location of Jerusalem. And from there, the government of God is going to be projected over the whole earth. And even in Zechariah, you see nations coming up after Jesus has returned to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles, like forever. Like it's interesting that there's like this major thing, but I think that location has huge significance now, and it's always historically had huge significance. And I think that's why the powers of darkness have always wanted to rule Jerusalem spiritually. And from the times of the Jebusites, before David took their stronghold, after that, every nation, like major world power, like they controlled that area, or the Jews that were in it, and leading up to present day. I mean, even the long history of the Roman Catholic Church wanting to control Jerusalem, and ultimately now it was actually taken from the Ottoman Empire. Part of the reason why the Ottoman Empire was collapsed was through the central banking that was overseen by the Rothschilds. Another piece of hidden history that people don't really talk about, and it's like, but now there's a projection of government that's coming forth from there spiritually.
What am I watching?
Negative about.
I'm watching fiction. Pay no attention.
People that claim Jewish heritage, but there's a spiritual government there that I don't know is so God honoring, and it's underground.
Yeah, it's not God honoring. And even deeper underground is in Israel and Jerusalem and Satan's throne room. So he's got throne rooms in different areas, but
Were you taken there?
Yes.
You
Yes,
were
we've had a
taken
lot
to
of
a throne room of Satan under the Temple Mount.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've had a lot of, under Antarctica,
Yeah.
CERN, all of these, Area 51, there's satanic bases underground all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think some of those even go back to pre-Adamic times.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been building it up. But, I just wanted to say that all the Rothschilds are vying. I've gotten all these memories because we were a data file forever. And so I've had a lot of memories that Jesus has brought back and helps me make sense of what we're leading up to now. But I want to say that Daddy Guy Rothschild also impregnated us with a son that was taken, and his name is Michael, and he was given into the Vatican. And he is, again, like Samuel's a rabbi, he is like a high-level Catholic leader. And we had children sired by Jacob Rothschild, by Evelyn Rothschild, and they took those babies. So they're taking them into other places where there's positions of power on earth now that they can be used in a program state. So my reality is that there are more programmed people, and especially leaders. I mean, not that there aren't a million programmed people, but millions. But these leaders are also programmed. And I'm going to step out and say something, you may want to edit this out, but I believe that right now, all the leaders that are set in place, presidents of political, religious, everything leaders, every segment of society, that they are all programmed, the top level ones now, because we're at the end. We're at the time when when in 2018, we were the mind file brought into Baron Guy Rothschild's grandson, who was made the head of the French banking family there in Paris, when his dad, David, turned 75, which was, I don't know, the memory I have in his office, it was a flashback. And it was in December 2018 where Alexander Rothschild, he announced to French President Emmanuel Macron, he said, today I am culminating the global governance. And so Jesus brought the flashback to me, and I documented it all. And so their 2030 agenda is
2030.
In my opinion, it's still online. Everything is set up, and it's a go. And some of the things.
What is a 2030 agenda?
It's all of the points that they need to bring in the New World, what used to be called the New World Order. That they've changed the name to the global governance, I think, to confuse people. Mm-hmm. But it's Satan's.
Okay.
Satan wanted to rule the world.
2030.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. That's only 4 years away.
It's not that far away.
It's scary.
What I can say is, I mean, I think, and everybody feels this, there's definitely an acceleration, and it continues year by year. I mean, it's hard to keep up with how much change and how fast the change is happening.
I'm about to start building my ranch. I don't know if it'll even be done by then.
And
I won't even get to enjoy it.
Like, in the U.S., our agenda to really expand artificial intelligence now, and with major funding. And now they're saying it's artificial intelligence bubble because all the stuff going on in the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz and some of the stuff that happens over there may affect the AI bubble. But for now, we're still in a bubble, and it is going at light speed. And that does, in my opinion, change the game. I mean, it really could re-engineer our world.
It was sent. It was approved into operation by our president his first day in office with Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something everyone needs to understand. It's truth that needs to be really understood.
Now, a lot of people, getting into this, I want to go a little bit, a whole step further, just because this is discovering truth with Dan Duvall, and no one can stop me. A lot of
Is
people,
that why they're letting the common man make so much money on social media? Because it's all about to not matter? I knew it was too good to be true.
Look at what's happening in the news. Like, oh, the U.S., we're trying to go back to the moon, and they want to go to Mars now, and maybe we get there for the first time, and the first man on Mars, or whatever they're saying. Now, in your experience as having been also participant in secret space program projects, would you say that we are on the cusp of getting to Mars for the first time?
No. I was going to say, we've been there, done that.
Been there,
This
done
is
that.
old, and
Old.
we have.
What is the connection between the Rothschilds and planets throughout this solar system from your perspective?
Well, they went on a escapade, and they've already been on these planets, Mars, a lot of the planets, even places that you would think people can't inhabit. They have what's the word? They plundered it. They what is it when people take over property? Like
claimed ownership.
They actually went to they own Mars. they are ruling Mars.
Wait, who's they? Back up.
They went
Oh,
on
the
a
Rothschilds,
escapade,
okay.
and they've already been on these planets, Mars, a lot of the planets, even places that you would think people can't inhabit. They have what's the word? They plundered it. They what is it when people take over property? Like
claimed ownership.
They actually went to they own Mars.
Squatters.
They are ruling Mars, and they have enough of the evil ones, all the evil entities, all these slaves. Like are having memories of all these weird creatures, and the Rothschilds they own other planets too, and they feel like they've been like Christopher Columbus, and they've gone out and discovered something and they found it, so they own it. And the NASA thing is just a joke. I mean, Sue and I were trained like astronauts for
I
our
knew
bodies
it!
to be able to go out into different areas, but we also have the bodysuits that make that possible. And I guess it's okay to talk about how we traveled.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was 2.5 years ago, which was just as I was starting to work with you, when I was abducted, what felt like to me like we were abducted by a UFO in our bedroom. And we were taken up through the light. There was like a light beam that we traveled, and we went through the wall, through the ceiling, and onto the UFO. And it was like, once we were there, we knew this. The UFOs are going to be their plan of travel when they kill all the humans, and they have a whole different world. Then they're going to just have UFOs, because who would want to travel in a car? I mean, honestly, we were telepathing and traveling in UFOs everywhere. They go into the deep underground military bases. They go off planet. They go to all the planets the Rothschilds own, and the Rothschilds have always had the fastest planes. I mean, they would come and take babies from Sue, and they would fly in these super fast jets to get here. And I'm traveling now like regular airlines, going, this is ridiculous. But they do have major advanced technology, and we were telepathing. So, I get here, and really it's kind of the first time when I've been around humans, I mean, in my whole life, brought out of the underground bases. And talking with humans with words is very, very difficult. It's like laboring for me, because when you telepath, it's just natural flow, and and they know. And so anyway, that's the Rothschilds. I don't think they do that. They just have slaves that do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we have had, I thought at first, just to be honest, I thought Robert Van Dries, Harrington Mitchell, it was, it's like, this is crazy stuff what he's talking about. But I couldn't listen to it because it was triggering me.
Well, and for anyone that's listening to you, Robert is he is a survivor as well, who came on my show several times, and we did a bunch of episodes years ago, and people could check those out in the archives. But go ahead.
So I thought, he's crazy, and then the Holy Spirit started taking me into all my own memories of being taken by UFO to all sorts of planets and wearing all sorts of different bodysuits to be able to exist on those planets. And, with the memory about the Rothschilds owning planets, they feel like they were the first ones to discover it. So like Christopher Columbus, they own it. And so all this talk of NASA going is like, it's already been done. I mean, these places are being inhabited already. I mean, they will plan on selling membership property probably to people who want to move there and buy property. I mean, this is like
Yeah, and it's so interesting, because I mean, we're having this conversation. Thank you for sharing all of that because I think it just needs to be said. Like, because to me, what you're saying is like the most practical way to look at reality. Like, to me, it is because all I do is talk to survivors. I mean, for the last decade. So the reality that once upon a time felt like, whoa, that's sci-fi, weird, and now it's like, oh, you actually believe the narrative they placed in the Overton window, American friend? Like, come on, no, like this stuff is like what's really happening, and we are given a framework that they lock us into. This is not true. It's not based on reality. In fact, the more that you research and you look into like high technology, what you realize is it's very controlled. They control what's allowed in the public realm, and if people make developments, even on their own, beyond what they want in the public sphere, they will kill those people and take their tech. And it didn't end with Nikola Tesla. Like there is a pattern of that kind of stuff, and then you say, oh, but well, whoever's sitting on the other side of that control, why wouldn't they have all this high tech stuff? Why wouldn't they be?
So everything is top secret.
Yeah.
And we have now a situation where I saw this the other day. There are, I believe it's 19 or 20 scientists that were the high top level, top secret that are missing. They just go missing. And, there's people reporting on it, that these are the guys that know all about the UFO stuff. They know. They probably know about the aliens, the reality that there are aliens and that these aliens are largely demonic. And these scientists that have been, silenced with top classification are being killed. And so our government knows. And the people, I believe, that go into the government in these positions, they probably have to do some kind of programming to them to keep that all hidden. Or
Can I ask you a
not.
question?
I don't know. Yeah.
Have you or any of your parts or alternate personalities ever flown a UFO?
Oh, yeah. We were flying UFOs at 3 years old, and you fly them with your mind. You drive with your mind. So at 3 years old, we were already, I mean, it's just like being in your car that you've been in all your life, and you know where everything is and how it works. But everything in it is telepathic. So
it's like the avatars ponytailing to the thingies.
It's not like a pilot having to do all
banshees,
these switches.
whatever they're called.
You just tell it where to go, when to go, and you drive it with your mind. So yeah, the UFO thing, I thought, it's been really hard for me to kind of make this weird, what feels weird, okay with us. But it's taken Jesus. I mean, literally, I kid you not. Jesus asked me to get up early in the morning, like at 3 or 4, to go into the Bible and then into your prayer books. And this has been every single day for 7 years. So it was even before Jesus brought you into my life. But we had all those memories over and over and over. Jesus would bring the flashbacks of the UFOs. And then when we had the current memory of being currently accessed and taken, because the state that we live in has a ton of deep underground military bases. And there's a woman.
If this is true, why isn't government seized lead of investigation? Well, she was already in custody of the government. It sounds like, at least the shadow government, as a child. So now if they take her into custody, it seems like what she's saying is true. And they don't want they want her to just seem crazy. If she disappeared, it'd be too much confirmation of all this different shit.
Who wrote a book about the deep underground military bases in this state. And they identified where they are and where the openings are, but the scientists that discovered it would never talk about it, and they didn't know. I asked this author, what's in there? And she said, no one knows. And I'm like, I do. I do. So we've been used until Dan Duvall showed up with Jesus.
What's in where?
They always where the openings are, but the scientists that discovered it would never talk about it. I did a book about the deep underground military bases in this state, and they identified where they are and where the openings are, but the scientists that discovered it would never talk about it, and they didn't know. I asked this author, what's in there? And she said, no one knows. And I'm like, I do. I do. So we've been used until Dan Duvall showed up with Jesus to deprogram these high-level, high-tech AI, all the words in the prayers that I didn't even know what they meant in the beginning. And Jesus said, just say them. Just pray this. And we haven't been taken anymore. Wow. Ta-da!
Wow. Wow. Okay, let's talk about some of the angelic interventions in your life, because I think that's really cool. And one of the things that the Bible says is God is near to the brokenhearted. And I will tell you, if you want to see heaven open up on a person, find a survivor of government-sponsored mind control and satanic ritual abuse who said yes to Jesus and has said yes to their heavenly scroll, because I have seen just the most extraordinary outcomes in so far as heaven's intervention. And you're one of those testimonies. But tell us a little bit about some of your encounters with Raphael. So tell us about some of your encounters with other interventions and helpers of Jesus.
I was in your prayer book, and it seems like angels come while I'm speaking the prayers out. And the first one that showed up was Raphael. And I didn't know who Raphael was. I didn't know anything. And so I'm seeing this angel, and he announced, I'm sitting in my Bible chair and reading the prayers, and he shows up in front of me. And he announced, I'm Raphael. I am a servant of God. And I wanted to talk to him. And he was very serious. I mean, he didn't go off what he was supposed to do. He said, I have an assignment. I'm here as a servant of God. And, like, he was wanting me just to be quiet and let him do his work. And he said, do I have your permission? And I said, yes. And he started at my feet. He actually was touching my head and my feet. And I didn't know what was happening, but I could feel, first of all, I could feel his presence. And I could feel the Holy Spirit hugely. And I'm not really sure still to this day what he was doing. But it was in September of 2023 when this happened. And in the side margin of my prayer book, I was like so overwhelmed. I wrote his name and the date. And he came every day for, I think it was 8 or 9 days. And it was during the feast days and in the fall. And he came every single morning and was doing I guess I was being, my energy field and my spirit was being healed at some level. And that's when my work with you really, really started deepening. But it wasn't just Raphael. It was at the first, when we had the 3 angels, I was praying with Mingli and Rennie, and we were all holding hands and praying in my room at the advance. And I said, I opened my eyes in the prayer and I said, you're not going to believe this, you guys, but Archangel Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael are here. And they were like, wow. But my books, Dan Duvall prayer books are loaded in the margins with the names of the angels and when they showed up. And there was a Raguel. He was another angel that showed up. And, I had this experience with all of them over and over. And now I have the dates all documented. So what I want to say is that our Heavenly Father, Jesus, is very interested in all these satanic victims coming free. And there is an army, and I saw it even today, over the survivor lands that, I'd like to share that from the beginning of my work with you, you would ask questions of my human spirit, and the answers that came from her, as the presenter, I didn't really understand. But, wait, what were we just talking about?
I don't know. I think you were going towards survivor lands.
Oh, yes, right. So yes. So even this morning, because I'm in the first year school of Dan Duvall, it was clear that my human spirit, what she had told you all these years, her story and her answers never changed. When you'd ask her, where are you? I'm on the survivor lands. I'm on the lands with angels to that they were cleansing and purifying the lands. That Jesus has already found lands, and they're being prepared. And so this is a spiritual thing we're all just waiting on. But there's angel armies that are cleansing and purifying the land. And as where our spirit is there, and every time I ask, or you ask, where are you? She's on the lands. So, I was explaining this morning to everybody that God's heart is for the survivors and to prepare a place for them to come free. And the blessing in my life is that we get to be part of that, because my human spirit has an assignment to be on all of the lands, wherever she's called to do whatever she's doing. And that, it's like I said today to everybody, I hope I live long enough to be able to see all this. I want to live a long time. So it's like when you and Todd baptized me, and it was I declare I will live and not die in order to see the works and glory of the Lord. And I say that every single day because I intend to make it through this.
Yeah, well, amen. Yeah, I definitely recognized years ago. I've been talking about something I call it survivor housing for years. And for those of you that are listening, if you've never heard me talk about survivor housing, Bride Ministries, the podcast is one world, and then there's Bride Ministries, which is the church and then everything that sits over there. And actually, our coaching is a whole other world from a management and governmental perspective. But one of the things that I recognized years ago is that to really tap into God's heart for what comes next, you're going to have a multifaceted approach. It's not just enough to talk about or research MK Ultra and government projects that have hurt people and put out information. That's one part. It's also about developing the solutions to help the people that have been through these things. That's another part. Very, very hard. That was probably one of the hardest parts of the problem. We spent 10 years working on that and have gotten this far. And then the third arm is reproducing the ability to use tools that work into an army of people, because really helping people that have come through mind control doesn't happen in large groups. It happens in that one-on-one setting where you can work on the nuance of the programming. Everyone is different, and working through deep trauma is not something that you do really with large groups. And so you need the army. And so that comes through a school and education, which is the third arm, which is like we had to create a mechanism for building an army, and that is a school, which we then built. And now we have a 3-year program called School of Inner Healing and Deliverance.
Awesome.
But even as you then raise the army, you have to govern it and ensure the quality and consistency of the ministry that goes forth, which is the management of those. And so that's a realm that we're still continuing to refine, because once we scale, then you're going to have not just 5, 10, or 15 people. You're going to have 50, 75, 100, 200, 300, 1,000. You're going to have that many coaches, prayer coaches, working with tens and hundreds of thousands of people around the world. So as you scale, you need systems to assure quality. So that's a whole other world. But there's always going to be people that cannot be helped unless they can be escaped out of their situation. And that was another part of the problem that I recognized. And God said, and that's where survivor housing is going to come into place, because you're going to have to bring certain people out of those cult settings, out of that control mechanism, out of the possession of their handlers, so that they can get the breakthrough healing and repositioning that they need to overcome. And we're absolutely going to go after it. And eventually what I believe we're going to do is perfect a model that can then be reproduced in land that we buy all over the world, and run survivor housing not only in Texas, but literally throughout several states and in other nations, with a model that is proven to work. And with all of that in place, then when you say deprogram the world, it begins to, you're not just talking about a fantasy. It's like, no, this is it's possible. And here we are.
And Jesus is real.
And so, and Jesus is real.
Jesus is real.
There's hope.
We got it.
Goodness gracious.
Jesus is the answer, the solution. He's everything. And if I could tell you to do any one thing, it's for every Christian who's a true believer to get to know him really well and hear him. He's unbelievable. He will direct your path, and it's worth your whole eternity future to spend time now to get to know him. And
what do you think happens to families where one member takes the mark and the others don't? The mark of the beast. So it's like I'm seeing a situation where, if it's two different religions, right? Let's say, let's just say, for the sake of it, mom was raised Catholic, dad was raised, Muslim, and they're just very progressive. And the mom doesn't want to take, but the dad does. And so then can the dad then use his mark to provide for the family by participating in the economy, or is he not allowed to share resources? I don't know. It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting concept. Mark meaning mark of the beast in it. If it does enable you to participate in the future global economy or whatever.
And
I wonder.
I love Jesus. You have no idea how amazing he is if you don't know him yet. But he's real. He's not just somebody we talk about or I don't know how to, it's like I was praying the other night and said it's just like you're talking to someone at the table is how I feel because I've grown to know Jesus so much and my situation was desperate. I mean, literally my life depended on me knowing and hearing from Jesus. Otherwise, I didn't know what to do, and nobody else knew what to do, except you, when we got here, but we weren't there yet. But Jesus is real, and I wanted to say too that the deliverance, it isn't like something that just comes all at once. Like you go to a church, and all of a sudden you go out in the spirit, and you're totally free of the mind control and everything. It's not like that. For me, it was layers, and day after day after day of deliverance and revelation of the truth and the memories and being set free of that. And so I just wanted people to understand that it's not a quick fix, although I do believe as time goes on that the Holy Spirit's shown me that his deliverance of people would be at a point, this is like, I don't know how long or how it all comes about, but that you would be preaching to crowds and that the power of the Holy Spirit would come over these people and take them into deliverance and freedom in ways that have not been available yet. And so, it's just, it all boils down to Jesus, everything.
Amen. Well said. It all boils down to Jesus. Esther, there's a lot that we could talk about, and we'll talk about more in future episodes, I am sure. But I think we've given them a mouthful. Friends, you've been enjoying a conversation on discovering truth. I honor you. Thank you for standing up and saying yes to Jesus and the journey he has called you to. You're an example.
I have to pee really bad. Okay. So many fucking gnats. Why? We have enough food over here. I don't understand. I think they just like my lights, maybe. What's the latest in the UFO news? Yeah, that's the same shit they've been saying. Give me something new.
For months, a lot of people in this community had their eyes on one single webpage. When that page would finally go live, it would be the day the government stopped hiding. Well, it went live and people are not celebrating. So what showed up on that page is only half the story. The other half is what reportedly is happening at the very same time that contradicts the first half of the story. Hey, ufologist, I'm Christina Gomez, and this is your UFO News Update. So let's start off with aliens.gov. As reported by The Hill, it uses the full look and language of UFO disclosure. Here's that website that I'm playing right now. And it opens with a slow scroll of texts over falling stars. And the first words on the screen read, "They walk among us." But it's not about ET. It's about immigration enforcement. And the whole thing is built to mock the idea that the government has been keeping alien secrets and to push an immigration message instead. But you know what? Some people saw this coming. Back in March, Congressman Eric Burleson of Missouri, who sits on the UAP caucus, was asked about that exact web address by Ask a Poll. He said he had no idea what it was for, called it an interesting pick, and then floated two guesses at the time.
Could have something to do with illegal aliens. It could be them like trolling us.
Yeah.
That's UAP. You know.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
The topic.
Okay. Are t-shirts coming next?
Right. I don't know, Matt.
Heard that? One, that it might have something to do with illegal aliens, and two, that it might just be the White House having a laugh at this community. And it turns out that both of his guesses were right. This one frustrated a lot of people, and this community takes the disclosure question very seriously. So watching the government borrow every visual cue of the topic just to make a political point felt like a joke in really bad taste. And whatever your view on immigration is, using the UFO conversation as the setup for it really struck a nerve for the majority of people. But what stands out even more is the silence that followed. Since this story broke, it is barely being addressed online, and I think that quietness says everything about how people are really feeling about it right now. But while the US was posting that page, its allies were treating this subject as a serious matter. Just weeks ago, after the Pentagon released files that included footage near Japan, Japan's top government spokesman, Chief Cabinet Secretary Minoru Kihara, said Tokyo was analyzing the material with great interest in close coordination with the United States, and Japan even has a group of lawmakers, including former defense ministers, pushing their own country to treat this as a security question. So picture the position that this puts Washington in. Other governments are looking to the US on how to to handle this topic with a straight face, and the answer that the US gives them is a page like aliens.gov. So when your allies are taking this subject seriously and you turn it into a punchline, that is the kind of move that makes the whole country look unserious on the entire world stage. While that webpage was getting torn apart by the public, Trump stated how the UFO topic was the #1 topic in the US right now. This isn't really the best way to highlight people's interest, but nevertheless, in case you missed yesterday's episode, here's that clip in the last cabinet meeting.
We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it?
So on the same day aliens.gov launched, Christopher Sharp, the founder of Liberation Times, published a piece in the Daily Mail saying he has reason to believe that the White House is preparing for a formal announcement about non-human intelligence. According to that reporting, investigative journalist Jeremy Corbell says officials from the White House and the Department of Defense asked for his advice on how to word such an announcement. Ross Coulthard says that officials are even consulting with religious leaders about how people of faith might react.
There's a lot of speculation, I'm hearing it from people inside the administration, that the Trump administration is indeed soliciting advice about how to tell the public that we're not alone. There are consultations taking place with spiritual leaders. I'm now able to confirm that.
Is that why Marco Rubio went to the Vatican to visit the Pope? Some think so. But in fairness, the White House did not officially confirm any of this. When asked, it pointed the Daily Mail to the Department of Defense, aka the Department of War, and a Pentagon official said they are not aware of any formal strategy meetings with Corbell. So treat the planning claim as exactly that, a claim from named reporters, but not a confirmed program. But this is kind of the whole point of today. On one screen, the government is using the UFO topic as a joke about immigration. On another, named reporters say the government is quietly rehearsing how to tell the public that we're not alone. Back that up to the part with the real footage attached. Fox News sat down with Brett Fetterson, a former director of aviation security, and he said that public pressure is the only reason these records keep coming, and that the stronger material may still be ahead of us. The idea that the government is already thinking about how to deliver this news is interesting to say the least, but he did not frame any of this as curiosity. He framed it as a threat.
Brett, you mentioned that this keeps you up at night. Tell us why.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Jesse. The reason it does is twofold. One is the fact that this type of technology is not man-made. It's nothing that we can build or have built or are using out there. And the fact that we're seeing it so prevalently on a regular basis globally makes it a national security threat. Additionally, the fact that it is out in our airspace and all around and as travel is moving on, that it is a flight safety issue as well. And it's something that needs to be continued to be pressed, needs to be addressed and tracked.
His worry is a very simple one. If this technology is real, and we cannot say what it is or what it wants, then we are behind on something that is really moving through our own airspace. And to be clear, this is not coming from a handful of odd sightings on the ground. Fetterson pointed instead to the people most qualified to judge what belongs in the sky and what doesn't.
When we're seeing these, we're seeing very bright orbs, very bright objects that are emitting some energy, but they're not showing propulsion. They're instantaneously taking off into different directions. Again, things that physics has inhibited us from being able to do as humans. We're continuing to see that type of technology proliferate.
So look at this one single day. The government launches a page that wears the costume of UFO disclosure and then uses it to talk about immigration. This kind of feels like the Phoenix Lights situation with Governor Fife Symington, and allies like Japan are treating the real subject as a national security matter. And named reporters say the genuine disclosure work is happening privately, behind the scenes, with communication advice and even religious leaders being brought in. So you have three things all at the same time pointing in three different directions. The UFO files are rolling out in waves, so another drop is the obvious next step, and we should be expecting a third drop, but we just don't know when. After a stunt like aliens.gov, do you trust this administration to handle real disclosure with a straight face, or did this latest announcement make you trust it less? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'm Christina Gomez, and that's it for today. I will see you again next time for another UFO news update. Less. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Always. Okay, you said you linked the video. Let me see. Oh, these are so long right now. I don't think I have that kind of stamina. I woke up early. I've already been streaming 12 hours. I'm gonna have to save these for another day. I think I'm gonna get off line. I had to specify. Alright. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go in the living room. I'm gonna cuddle with my dogs. And I'm going to find some food. And then I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright. Bye for now.